Bill. So who has been awarded his Eagle Scout Court of Honor was actually on Saturday. And the Vice President and I both attended very lovely, wonderful Court of Honor for Will. Will's project was putting up Purple Heart signs, parking signs around Hunterdon County, mostly in the Plummer area, including the county library of 112. And which is so fitting because Memorial Day is right around the corner, and it just to have this Court of Honor now was really a nice thing in line with Memorial Day. But he did request, or maybe his mother requested, that we have him come in and do a public, because he is our Eagle Scout here in the borough, a public proclamation for him. So you know what, you want to just stand up, Will, and let me read this out loud. This was approved by the council at a prior meeting, and we just did nothing with it. So this is a borough proclamation. Whereas scouting is a movement that challenges, inspires, and guides young people toward high achievements and high values, as expressed in the Scout Oath Law motto and slogan. And whereas Eagle is the highest rank in the Boy Scouts of America and requires mastery of difficult challenges in diverse areas. And whereas to become an Eagle Scout requires demonstration of good character and community service. And whereas Kevin William Barnes has demonstrated a special commitment to the Boy Scouts and has worked with great diligence to successfully complete the requirements for the rank of Eagle. And whereas for his Eagle Scout project, Kevin created 7 Purple Heart parking spots for veterans who were wounded while serving in the U.S. military, including at the Hunterdon County Library, Leamington Department Store, Angela's Pizza, Ginny's Cafe, and Marinelli's Restaurant, providing veterans with the ease of access to businesses and the appreciation for their sacrifices in service to our country. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Flemington that they do hereby congratulate Kevin William Barnes of Boy Scout Troop 62 on attaining the rank of Eagle Scout. This is approved. And somebody's got a camera. Oh, you can come in. So please do that. You're very welcome. So very proud of you. And his mom is, oh, yeah. Okay. I'm so short. Just make it obvious. Sorry, here. No, I'll do this one. Yeah. Thank you. Very flash, right? So here with him is his mom and his dad and his sister. Just took the picture. Kidding, his mom. Which we're gonna have to look like that. His sister is here and his grandmother is. You know, very nice. So thank you. You don't have to stay here for the entire meeting. I'm sure you don't want to, but I said to him the other day, you can stay all night and get another community service badge if you want. Will actually got 15 more badges than required by the requirements. So very, very proud of him and his community service. So thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. He's hungry.
He's always hungry.
You get to get out of here. All right. Oh, wow, I can do the open public meeting statement already. Just stop me. Okay.
Go do it now.
I'm going to do it now. I have to do it now. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Law. The meeting of May 22nd, 2023 was included in a list of meeting notice sent to the Hunterdon County Democrat and Courier News on January 5, 2023, posted on the bulletin board at Borough Hall on that date and has remained continuously posted as required. In addition, a copy of this notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the borough office. Can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Engelhardt?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Here. Mr. Long? Here. Mr. Parker? Here. Ms. Rossetti?
Here.
Ms. Tilly?
Here.
Ms. Carroll?
Here. And so we have a work session tonight.
Oh.
Okay.
Monday, May
Oh my
22nd,
God.
2023.
Sorry.
Just let her finish out. We have a work session.
Yes, I've never had that happen.
Okay, so we have a work session tonight. On screen should be, can't see any of them because we've got this sign instead.
Got it.
We have from our DPW Mike Campion. He's on there, right? Is that the big M?
Yes.
Yes.
Mike Campion, who's our DPW superintendent, Josh Parks, who runs our water department, and Ken Deal, who is our sewer operator. And here also is Bill Hans, our CFO. The council vice president and I sat down with the DPW, the big three, for a very lengthy, please explain to us all of your priorities. This is following the budget, following the whole discussion about where, you know, how much debt we have and how we don't have a lot of money for projects. And so first, Ken, Josh, and Mike sat with us and went through all of the projects that were out there and ranked them in importance to the DPW. You know, I was very, very clear to get the politics out of decisions. We have limited resources. We don't want to incur any more debt. So after they ranked the projects to their priorities, so there's a Mike column, a Josh column, and a Ken column. They do not align. And then we sat down with all of us sat down today with Bill Hans, who pulled out all of the funding ordinances that are out there to look at what is remaining in some of these older ordinances. Some of these ordinances go back way over a decade. Projects have been finished and money has just been sitting there encumbered and not spent to see what we could close out and shuffle and how far we could stretch this money. And one of the major impetuses for this is that this Bloomfield Avenue money, which kind of got dropped last fall or late summer. The Bloomfield Avenue project, we have a $175,000 grant from the state of New Jersey. And there is a sewer bond ordinance already in place to do the sewer on Bloomfield. So Ken is very desirous to get that sewer main done. We have the $175,000 from the DOT that we must accept tonight or we lose it. This is the absolute last extension they're going to give us. And the balance of the funding that's left is about $135,000. So it became a discussion where, you know, how do we find $135,000 without borrowing another penny? So there is what I scribed today from Bill and the big three from the sewer, the DPW, was putting together what's out there, how we can achieve where we want to go. Bill had already been in touch with bond counsel to talk about adding the Bloomfield Avenue and perhaps more importantly, Shields Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue extension, which is Mike Campion's #1 priority and Josh Parks' #2 priority. So it's obviously a very important project to get this done. By the time we were done, we had cobbled together from other sources, it looks like enough money to do Mike Campion's most important project, possibly Josh's, our water department's most important project, and also Ken's from the sewer department's most important project, and then Bloomfield Avenue as well, and some funding available for Mike's #2 most important, which is Josh's #3 most important, which is the big Main Street project, which goes from the Circle all the way down to Main Street at a cost of up to $5 million. We will not be able to get to that for a couple of years. So I sent this all to you this afternoon after that meeting was over and I got everything into its columns. And they're here to talk about these priorities and to talk about the funding. And we're introducing an ordinance tonight to put those streets into an existing ordinance that has 1.2 million left, which is the Corcoran Place ordinance. Corcoran, as you can see on these sheets, is all the way down to #5 for Mike Campion. That everything else, Bloomfield, the police facility, Shields Avenue and Main Street are more important. So the thought process is that we add these other streets into that through a new ordinance 2023-17. and we get these priority projects, again, taking all the politics out of all of it. I can't, I have said this when I was campaigning, I said this when I got sworn in. The politics have got to stop in this town, and the interference of politics has to stop in this town. And we have very limited money, and this is really, so we don't incur more debt by putting them into a priority that is the infrastructure that our DPW professionals are telling us, to me, is the most important thing. And everybody, we're all excited about what's happening above the ground and how great this town, like all the excitement. But if we don't take care of what's below the ground, we're not doing what's above the ground. It just can't happen. If we don't have the right sewer mains in and the right water lines and the wells and the streets. So Mike, do you want to say anything? Mike, Ken, or Josh? Any of you want to say anything about this chart? I don't know if I got the bond ordinance numbers right or not, Bill. So any of you want to say anything? You're all on, well, Mike, you're on. Okay, Mike, you just went off of.
Yeah, if any council members have any questions about what we put together, basically since the middle of last week to this afternoon, please ask.
Well, you can't hear?
No.
Oh, you want to see what it is?
We don't know what he wants.
Yeah,
us to type
so-
for and why.
Yeah, and the problem is I couldn't, when I printed it out, I did it on an Excel spreadsheet, so none of my graph lines showed up. So I'll go through this to the public. So Mike Campion, who really, does our roads and whatever, his number one project, and as I said, it's Josh in the water department's number two important project is Shields Avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue Extension. Those are in Raritan Township, but they have our water mains that are leaking. Mike, stop me if I'm getting any of this wrong. They're leaking like crazy. They need to be replaced as mains. And then we're gonna have to do a new top coat on the roads because it's Raritan Township. And that was to then close out the tower project. Mike?
Yes, in order to, excuse me, in order to obtain our CO from Raritan Township, we're under a TCO right now. The Board of Adjustments in their resolution put in, we have to do Shields Ave and Pennsylvania Ave in extension. New water mains, and then pave the roads.
And that's a price tag of about 1.9 million is the estimate.
Correct.
So, and so right now, the funding there, what we've done to come together the money for that is, there's ordinance 2021-07, which has about $935,000 in it. And we would take that money, and then 2023-17, which is the corporate, which we would take that money, and then there's a bunch of old bond ordinances that go back years and years and years and years that have money, just little bits and pieces, and one of them has $10 still sitting in it. We're gonna close them all out. That will give us another 70,000. So that would give us enough money to close out that project. And yes, correct, okay. So that's is number one, most important. Does anybody have any questions about that project before I move on from the council?
I just have a quick question. How long will this Shields Avenue project take? Estimate wise.
If everything goes right, Jeremy, the actual construction, maybe 3 months.
So that's his
I
most
have-
important one.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, two questions, actually. Number one, do we have to go back in front of the Raritan Board of Adjustments at all in regards to this project?
No,
Okay, and number two, even though with this location being in Raritan Township, does it at all help the situation with the leaking pipes underneath with the stormwater? Does that help at all the process that Remington is going through now with the EPA? Like, because are those sewer systems connected and somehow that would be a benefit to our documentation for the federal government? And of course, Romeo's not here, so that.
Mike or
you might have to.
Josh,
you know,
you want to
make the
answer that?
You know,
Susan, this is a water replacement main only, and then pave the road.
okay, not storm sewer. When you said water, I thought maybe storm sewer as well.
No, Susan, it's strictly water, and then we have to repave the road.
Okay, so that's, but it is leaking tremendously and it will save us money down the long run plus in time. So that's his number one. Josh's number one is the new well at 200 Main Street, which has an estimate of about $1.75 million. So there is an EPA grant that this town was awarded last year for 1.2 million that is reimbursable upon conclusion of the project. So we still have to have the capacity to, get that money on capacity. So we have the potential congressional earmark. And we also have water ordinance 2012-10, which has approximately $1.2 million in it. We don't get the congressional money, we can use that money. We do get the congressional money, that would be used for other projects within the water department. Good, Bill? Josh, you want to talk on this at all? Does anybody have any questions for Josh? I guess-
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I do have a
Go
question
for it.
related to I see on one of the other columns, discussion about Captiva and or Cardinal. Neither one of those development agreements help fund this particular item, does it?
Not the well, no. Liberty Villages has money in it for infrastructure, but that's, they want amendments, so that's all under negotiation, but so not for this project, no, because this has nothing to do with their area as well. But so neither of those agreements currently have money for this project in there. They have money in their projects for sewer main issues down by their projects.
Okay, I see, yeah, I see. And we just received this, and that's.
I know,
not-
I'm
this is
sorry.
Not any complaint, Marcia, please don't get me wrong. But I just wanted to explain, because Lois mentioned it. We only got this at 4 o'clock today,
Yeah,
so
it was
we're
very
reading this for the
complicated.
first time too.
Very complicated to put this together. So then the sewer department's number one project is the sewer main replacement on Park Avenue, Avenue to North Main. This does help the EPA issues that we're having. This project is estimated to be between $800,000 and $900,000. And the funding source, so Cardinal does have money in their redevelopment agreement. Currently it's at 200,000. There is a possibility that that redeveloper may provide more money. There's a bunch of old sewer ordinances that go back as old as 2002 that have all these bits and pieces of money. Closing them all out would give us another 100,000, and then amending ordinance 2014-12 and adding parking to that would give us another 625,000. And I don't want to put any words into Ken's mouth, but Ken indicated that would be okay in order to do his number one project, because that's 2014-12 is a sewer ordinance, so it's not a road ordinance. So Ken, do you have anything you want to talk about with the sewer main replacement?
I just want to, the project is designed to lower the amount of sanitary sewer overflows we have in the North Main Walter Ferrand intersection. The fewer overflows we have in that intersection, the more likely the EPA is going to back off us on the ACO. That's why it's the number one project.
And I got the funding right on that one? Yes, okay. Okay, any questions for Ken about this project? So this project also, the easement for this line goes across the old Agway Harborway building property. And the redeveloper has been amenable to addressing the design of the project. Is that exact referral which will save not only several $100,000, but more importantly, Ken does not feel like he can guarantee a different design than using the existing easement because we're gravity fed. You want to speak on that, Ken?
There was a little bit of background noise. Yeah, the goal would be to get an easement through their site to help mitigate these overflows. Now with global climate change and these crazy storms, we will take a big chunk of them out, but I never guarantee it's 100%. Not when it comes to the way these hurricanes have been hitting. But yes, this project is designed to lower the amount of sanitary sewer.
Well,
overflows.
you had indicated that you had done an engineering of a workaround mathematically it working.
Yes,
But you had concerns that you want to talk about that the existing easement versus a workaround.
yeah, their building, changed from the original design, and it does look like there was a workaround that would work, but we want to take the original design, the new building design, and overlay all three to make sure it will work in what we want it to do.
And the original easement, the original sewer lateral will work.
Yes, correct. The original main location worked,
And the workaround project would be more expensive.
correct.
Any questions for Ken?
There's,
Go
there
ahead.
is an easement on that property currently, correct, for the,
There is an easement on that property, but it was given away in the original RDA that the council agreed to back last year. And they were allowing the redeveloper to completely build over it, which would have forced us, would force us to do this workaround. Which, as Ken said, this is a gravity fed system, so the workaround on paper, doing math worked. But the reality is, you don't know until you flush. All right?
Right.
So he prefers using the existing easement because he knows that the gravity feed system works.
Correct.
you're telling me that the RDA gave the easement away?
I am telling you that the RDA gave the easement away by allowing the redeveloper to build buildings across the entire site.
But we still held the easement. But the easement isn't going, the easement itself legally doesn't go away, correct?
but there would be no way to access it.
Okay, I sat on that committee. I don't remember the buildings going over the easement, but I could be wrong. So I definitely want to see the study where it's overlaying, all the different, what Ken's suggesting. I'd like to definitely see that. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, getting to number 2 for everybody. Number 2 for Mike, which is number 3 for Josh, is the complete street from Maine from the circle to mine. Again, somewhere between $4 and $5 million. The worst of the leakage and the problems are between mine and Pulper. But Main Street, closer to the circle itself, is a hot mess. And the guys are actually worried that they don't know if they can even plow it at this point. So right now, the only money that we have anywhere for this is approximately $537,000 in ordinance 2021-06, which is a sewer, it's a water ordinance. Bill? It's either water or sewer. Water.
Seven is sewer.
Okay. So the DPW is proposing that because this is the areas where we got, 20-foot down sewers with 15-foot wide holes, that majority of this project would be done under a USDA grant loan for 40 years. So it'd be very small payments over 40 years. And depending on how these projects go, it's gonna be somewhere between 2025 to 2027 before we can borrow this money. You know, to get debt, if we don't wanna touch borrowing or debt until we hit at least 2% again. It's gonna be a couple of years. So, it's possible to get another congressional earmark. It'll be a little hard because we got one this year, but, we'll have to see what happens to interest rates. But that's a complete street and it's the most expensive project on this whole thing. And, anybody have any questions for Mike or Josh or Ken on it? Okay. Josh's number 2 project, is the Shields Avenue project. So we already talked about that. Ken's number 2 project is Hopewell Avenue sewer line replacement phase 2. You want to talk on that, Ken? About funding and about the project?
Yeah, the downstream portion of the Hopewell sewer main is another solution to the overflows in the North Main and Walter Frand intersection. We replaced half of it with the Hopewell Road. The second half is not in the road, it's behind the houses. We want to upgrade that diameter and replace it as there's quite a few problems with it right now. So those 2 projects combined are what our studies say needs to be done to help mitigate the overflows in the intersection.
So we have a partial, I'm sorry, I had Cardinal on here, that's incorrect, it's Captiva. Oh, no, that's right, it's Hopewell Avenue, I'm sorry, Captiva. Captiva has $250,000 for infrastructure in there. That's it, this is a $500,000 project. So we don't have any other funding for it at this time. You know, it's hopeful that, you know, some of these projects, when they're done, there's gonna be some leftover money on, you know, on the Shield Avenue project, the New Well project, you know, that if there's anything left over, we can get it and move it to Hopewell Avenue and get that one done next. Any questions for Ken?
The Hopewell Avenue, I'm just trying to figure out the orientation, how I'm supposed to be imagining this, where, you said behind the house is like, on what side of Hopewell, on the,
It's on the same side as the water garage. We
Okay.
stopped the sewer main replacement between North Main and the water garage has been replaced. Now we want to go from the water garage to East Main.
got it, thanks.
That's only, can I piggyback on
Yeah,
that?
of course.
There's only, is that like only 2 or 3 houses from the water building to East Main?
Correct, but it's an interceptor main where it's taking about half of the town sewer through that grid. So we're trying to upsize that pipeline.
backyards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, any other questions for Ken?
And I'm sorry, there's easements on, existing easements in those yards, I'm assuming now?
Correct.
Anything else? Okay, number 3 for Mike is the police facility. I'm sorry to our police officer who's here, but you're a 3rd priority, which is getting us in there. So we need $250 million to get the processing center done. That's a $450,000 project. Right now, we've got $250,000 as an earmark in the state budget. And in fact, the senator's chief of staff called me today just to reconfirm, called during the DPW meeting, as a matter of fact, just to reconfirm what that money was for and, you know, that we had that money. We have a congressional budget earmark for the rest of the building, not the processing center, but the break room and locker rooms and Sally Port and other parts of that building. If we get that as well, they are mutually exclusive, and there was some confusion from the senator's office because apparently another municipality was complaining that we got money in both the state budget and the congressional budget. Oh, well. And so the senator thought we were in both for the same thing, but it is not true. We did not ask the congressman and the state US senator for the money for the processing center because we only asked state senator for that money. And then we're getting $167,000 for the sale of the building from the redeveloper when we vacate. Though we could get that money now, it's just we don't have the rest of the money to finish the processing center. So it's a 450 project. We should know by July 1st whether we're getting the state money. And then we'll be able to rock and roll that. And we'll know in September if we're getting the congressional money. And then we'll be able to get out to bid on the rest of the buildings we do get back. And that's also some extra money in there to finish the well as well from the federal government. Any questions on the police facility? Do you have an update for us at all, Mike, on that? Mike Humphrey?
We're doing now or administrator?
I think you might as well do it. Can you do it now?
Yeah.
While we're talking about the police facility?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that for those who don't know, the building has 2 floors. The upper floor is the one that faces Main Street, and then the lower floor faces the parking lot. The upper floor, we bonded for, and we've got most of that work, almost all the work complete. So we were able to put in an evidence room, a file room, the lobby area with a bulletproof glass and security doors, detectives room, conference room, plus a new fire detection system, new security system, security doors, network cabling, because network cabling was old and to handle the needs. On the lower floor, we put in a new computer room to handle all the computer capabilities. We also got a new phone system because phone system was out of date and would not transfer well. Same time that we got ours collapsed here, we got that one. Now, what we were talking about before is the bottom floor. The bottom floor is a processing area, so that's where the patrolmen would come do the reports. It's where they would process detainees. And there needs to be a safe place for those, especially for those, if you have both adults and juveniles, you need separate areas for those. And special type of bathroom and so on. It's a very technical build there. So even though it's not a big space, it's an expensive space. There's also a training room that would be used not only for training officers, but also for the CERT team, our growing CERT team. Locker room facilities, Sally Port, upgraded mechanicals, because we would have to upgrade the air conditioning and heating system to be able to deal with all the changes we made on the floor plan. Plus, there's the emergency exit coming out of the parking lot, which we still haven't done well. And then the exterior, we have to complete the ADA ramps. You have to repair the ramps. There were no cuts in the curbs. So you have to do ADA compliant curb cuts. And those, from what I've heard preliminarily, we are going to get funding from the county for those. Just waiting for what additional money will come.
When are you supposed to hear about that?
We were supposed to hear 2 weeks ago.
That's what I thought.
What that grant had a spend deadline.
Yeah.
When they removed the spend deadline, it also removed the impetus and the now they don't feel like they're in a hurry to make the final decision.
Okay.
So we did get the money for a bathroom for the lobby, ADA compliant bathroom for the lobby. So we're just waiting for the other grant money to come in so that we can do all the design work and the bid work at the same time. Then there was also, we have been toying with the idea from Jacob's people about the possibility of a trailer in the back parking lot. It's now in the hands of the Cus people, and we're waiting for their response. And see if they actually want to do that, they do what they want to offer. So
Okay. Thank you.
What are the trailers for? Could you explain what are they like?
that would be for a processing center. So that would be instead of inside the building, the trailer would be able to house patrolmen doing work and.
So if we don't get the state money from the state budget as a grant, we don't have the money to get them in the building, so we would put them in a trailer.
Yeah, currently we can't move out of 90-100 Main Street because we can't move into a place that can house prisoners.
The state won't let us, the Department of Corrections, and I'm sorry, Department of Justice won't let us.
Yeah, and it would cost the borough a lot more money to do something like, well, why can't you have the prisoners at the sheriff's office? Well, that means you have to have a dedicated officer with that prisoner until the sheriff's office is able to take them and cart them up north to where they get help for more long term. So we're kind of in a holding pattern. We're still on Main Street at 100 Main Street until funding becomes available to do the processing center, or we get a trailer. So
Who's gonna pay for the trailer?
Well,
they offer.
they offered. Mr. Cust offered.
No, it's a Saturday.
Right, he won't give us any money to do the building, but he offered to pay for a trailer, so we'll see. Oh. All right, so thank you, Mr. Humphrey, for that. Anybody on the council have any questions on the police facility? Okay, moving on then, now we get to number.
I'm sorry, yes, I do, very quickly, the, Mike, you had mentioned the ADA grants.
Yes.
Is that money you said was pending or
From the county.
from the county,
Yeah,
from the county grant?
yes, the CARES grant that the county got. It's the first time the county got awarded a CARES grant.
Right, I remember that.
Right, so we've already been awarded 32,000 for the bathroom upstairs.
Mhm.
I've already been told that the ADA compliant ramp and curb cuts will be something that'll be part of the rest.
Okay.
They have another $67,000.
Mhm.
They're just waiting to get state approval from the rest of the items that we asked.
Okay. There was the reason why I mentioned it was that there was the email that came through about the grants for the New Jersey DOT grant, for like safe street walking. So I thought maybe perhaps we could go for that for some of that smaller money, or perhaps some of these other projects that you got. I think the safe
That'd
street,
be Robin is right. I can send that to Robin, to investigate that, figure out how we can go for that, so.
Because these are ramps in the back, they're not on the
Yeah.
street.
Right, the handicap compliance in the front, we're tying with the Main Street project from
Right.
Rich Havoc, so.
and
So we
so,
want
but we
that.
need money for that project too, so I was just thinking that maybe we could go for some of this grant money for one of those projects. I didn't know where the money,
Can we do
where
that,
the
Bill?
locations were.
Can we apply to the DOT for money and then take a grant for part of the money from the DOT? Are we allowed to do that? Actually, most of that project's gonna be a USDA project, so,
Yeah, I don't know if you can mix USDA.
and DOT, I don't know either.
Alright, well, we'll look
I
into
thought that was
the,
something that was said that we can't, at today's meeting.
Right, I'm sure.
It's like a couple of
Mike, did you say that, Mike Campion, that we can't take money from the USDA and the DOT for the project?
No, we have used both funding sources on a job, Mayor.
So when, yeah, because I remember what the vice president of the council said, that somewhere today, it was said that we couldn't take monies from,
Maybe it was the EIT and USDA.
oh, it might have been iBank. Is it iBank and USDA?
I think Bill's correct. EIT.
EIT money, okay.
Yeah.
so maybe this might be possible, but
It might be
useful
possible.
for some of this funding,
Okay.
is my point.
Any other questions on the police facility? So then we get to number 4, which is Bloomfield Avenue, which is on the agenda tonight, all over the place. And, you know, one of the big concerns is that we're gonna do this road and then the redeveloper is just gonna mess it all up again. So, the thought process that our engineers have is to do the curbs, the sewer, the curbs, the sidewalks, and the first overlay, and let the redevelopers trucks just pound the crap out of the first overlay and really beat it down. When they're done, we can do the second overlay on our portion, because the redeveloper has a responsibility to do a portion of that road. And presumably, if there's any damage to our sidewalks, we should have a performance bond in place that will prevent, that will get us our money back if there's damage to that. So where are we on the performance bond, Mr. Humphrey, for that project?
The full plan was not in place for them to put the bond in yet. So right now, it was 106,000, I think, was the bond they put in place for work on Spring Street. But there was, from what I saw, there's no bond yet for Bloomfield.
So we have to get performance bonding for Bloomfield Avenue before we do this work on Bloomfield from them.
Yeah, and they know, we've made it clear that they can't do any work, any actual work on that until they have the performance bond in place.
So
But
when,
they're not at a point now where they're willing to put in a performance bond because they're not working on the project.
who's not working on the project?
Us.
But he's working on the project. I'm so confused about this. There's gotta be a performance bond put in place to protect public infrastructure.
Yes, okay, so the Spring Street covers, they're calling it Spring Street project, okay, so it's covering the, work that they're doing on the street and the sidewalk. And that's 106,000 based upon what March Construction came in as the figure to be covered.
So does that only cover Spring Street? It doesn't cover Chorister, Main Street, or
Doesn't
Bloomfield
cover
Avenue?
Forester.
It doesn't cover Chorister, even though they're there all the time. All their trucks are pounding the crap out of Bloomfield. They had a building collapse on Bloomfield. They had a building collapse on Main Street, on our sidewalks, and none of that is covered under a performance bond.
Yes, I understand that, but there has been no pressure point to get them to give more money than what's being covered for the work, the actual work on our streets. I'm not talking about having large trucks go on our streets. Because we can't bond for that. But we can bond for the work they're going to do. We've had several conversations about this
With who?
with the planning board, like Bob Clerico. And right when this whole performance bond issue came.
But have you had an attorney opine on this, either a redevelopment attorney or the planning board attorney?
No,
We gotta get a performance bond on. They're going to destroy the sidewalks on Bloomfield if they're working right up to the edge. And Chorister, I mean, they've been on Chorister. They've done work on Chorister. So,
the question has been, and it always has been in talking with the attorneys, is, are they versus using the street, are they actually building on the streets? And are they liable for having a performance bond in those areas? Right now, there's nothing that says that we can close down something to get the bond. We can't close down any portion because they've already bonded in the areas that they're set up.
it makes no sense to me at all. We should have had a performance bond in place before they broke ground. For all the sidewalks, for our streets, for our light fixtures, for our fire hydrants, for our sewer lines, our water mains. I mean, how many times has the contractor broken our sewer lines over there?
The mains twice, the laterals, probably another 4 or 5 times.
And we have no protection.
Intuitively, the MLU would cover it, but I would want to talk kind of like Kara and I would have to chat about way for details.
Please
Yes,
do.
sure, absolutely.
Have they broken our water main at all? Josh?
Yes, once.
Oh, that's fortunate. It was only once versus twice on a main and 6 times on laterals for the sewer. Okay, so
Well, I'll just say this, that after we asked them for a performance bond, because there was no bond, this is after the incident on Spring Street. That's when they did bond 106,000.
you mean after we said we weren't gonna let them do any more work on our roads?
Yes,
And we weren't gonna give them any road opening permits?
yes.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works. So we have the power to get performance bonds. We just need them now and we need to get done. So Chris, I need this stat, because if we're gonna award Bloomfield Avenue and we're gonna do this work, we need protections on new sidewalks and curbing and a new sewer main and everything else. And then there's Chorister, which is also very precarious. Okay, so that's the thought process on how we would do Bloomfield and take the money, because otherwise we're gonna lose this 175,000, which is more than 50% of this project. Which would really stink, and we did find, like I said, we are introducing an ordinance to amend the one bond ordinance to add in Bloomfield so that we can, as well as Shields in Pennsylvania. So we can't fund number 2 yet, which is Main Street, but we can fund the top priorities for all 3 of them. We can fund number 4, which is Bloomfield, which can, and stop me if I'm wrong, Ken, Bloomfield Avenue sewer line is on your hot list.
Correct. Correct, but it is, the Bloomfield sewer is already funded.
it is, right, it's funded and you're gonna do it.
Correct,
But we don't have, this would put the road back in place.
correct.
Wait, where is that listed separate? Is that listed
That's number,
separately?
under number 4, under Bloomfield, under the possible funding mechanisms, it says. $173,000 grant from DOT, 125 from new ordinance 2023-17 sewer through the $3 million courthouse square contribution.
Okay, I just
So-
didn't see it under Ken's.
It's not under
list.
10.
That's
it's
why,
right.
when you said sewer, I was.
It's a hot list, right? It's only, I never.
It's
Ken-
fine, it's fine. I
Ken
just
is
was trying
quiet,
to
he just
find,
stopped after 2.
that's fine. He stopped after 3, it looks like.
But when I pressed him, he said, yeah, he has the sewer hot list, which he is putting into a new, it's like an old list, so he's
Okay,
cleaning it up for all of us, so we can see which sewer mains he needs to do. And this one was on it, and the funding is coming through the $3 million courthouse square contribution. So it is funded, and Bill, you stated so, that it was in there.
Correct, that's already in the contract that's ongoing.
So it's already in Revax's contract to do this. Yes. And then number 4 for Josh, who's been very quiet on all of this, is this PFOA testing and treatment, which is a new requirement by the EPA. Even the DEP doesn't like it, which tells you a lot. It is very severe, and it has a potential of costing us perhaps millions of dollars if this goes through. Josh, do you want to explain it to the council? And it's on his number 4, but Josh will tell you, it may move up rapidly.
The EPA came out and said that right now the DEP, New Jersey State DEP, has the limit set for 14. The EPA wants to drop that limit to 4. Right
14
now,
what, Josh, just so everybody understands, 14 what?
I believe we're doing parts per trillion for this,
Of what?
of the PFOAs, and there's another one, PFOS or something like that.
So we're
And-
14 with the state, and the EPA wants to go all the way down to 4.
Correct, and
He thinks it's too extreme.
it is, it's very extreme, but if they do pass it, which they're in the process of trying to do, then it's going to be bumped up on my list, because that's what we're gonna have to do.
And so in order to treat, so this isn't just like chemical treatment, this is potentially putting in new equipment.
Correct. From what I'm understanding in the research I'm doing, there is, right now we have arsenic tanks with media in them. We would basically put in tanks and they would have a resin in them, and the resin is what would take this out.
And they cost how much money?
I'm still getting numbers, but I'm thinking from what I'm seeing, each well would be a minimum of probably 300 to 500,000. And that depends on if the well, some of the wells, we could probably fit them right in. Other ones we may not be able to. So you either have an addition, or they're saying that some of these places actually offer like a separate, like not trailer, but some kind of a unit that it all comes in, and they can try to make the outside of that match the building. So there's different options that we're looking into to try and get pricing.
And then the resin that you talked about, that has to be changed out?
Yes, depending upon the levels in the wells themselves, some may need to be changed out more often than others, but I believe they're going, at least for most people, they're going at least like 2 years before it has to be changed out. And when they told us that with the arsenic, most of the wells, we get a lot longer than what they say we would have gotten. But with this, it could be the same thing, or it could be where you have to change it out every 2 years, like they say.
And then how do we dispose of it?
That I'm looking into. At this point in time, I don't know that. The biggest thing is whether or not it's going to be a hazardous material, or whether it will be like our
I'm
arsenic.
sorry, we just lost you, Josh. What did you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
The biggest thing is whether or not it'll be a hazardous material or whether or not it'll be landfill ready.
So whether or not it's gonna be treated as hazardous material or what?
Or it could just go directly to a landfill.
Oh, or if it could go directly to a landfill, okay. Got it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So what you're saying is that the New Jersey DO, we're talking DOT before, sorry, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection is concerned about the federal government of EPA wanting to bring this from 14 to 4. And
They're
is that
not going,
what I'm understanding, John?
that is what I heard, but I don't see them fighting too hard for it. Because they're, you know,
And all that, I mean, the fact that you are on top of this and kind of informing us is great, and I really appreciate all the research you're doing. I want to put this in perspective. If it's a federal, mandate on all the states, and our own state, which has some of the most stringent environmental laws in the country, next to California, is upset about it, you know that the rest of the country is going to be fighting this move from 14 to 4 parts per million. Is it just arsenic, or is there other it's not arsenic?
No,
I thought FOA includes arsenic.
all kinds of particulates.
It's in addition to arsenic, but there's
Yeah.
the parts per million is the key here, right? But I
Well-
guess my point is I get why this is fourth, and I completely get why.
Fourth right now, because Josh hasn't been.
Right,
they're
but I also
definitely
think that this is I don't necessarily want to panic about this one, because I think there's gonna be a lot of movement nationally that will push back on this and give us some more clarification as to what we really are responsible for. I'm not saying that we shouldn't put it on the list and keep it in mind for years to come, but I just think that we also need to kind of put in perspective that there's a whole nother level of pushback that this move by the EPA is gonna get from all the states. And if, like I said, if New Jersey is pushing back, you know that it's not gonna get pushed down to 4.
Well, it's number 4 now. Josh started the meeting by saying it was rapidly moving up to 5,
Mhm.
but
Okay, I
today,
appreciate
but
that.
it's whatever he says, because like I said, I just want the politics out of all these decisions moving forward. So
I wasn't talking politics.
no, I know, but that's why I said to them, you tell us what's the most important thing. Right now, it's Josh's number 4. It could become Josh's number 1. Depending on what happens with the feds, it could become Josh's number 1 next week.
Who knows?
Right.
I'm just trying to be realistic about the timeline.
But Josh,
you have a great point, like you said.
Hey, Josh, you keep Joshing out. Yeah, we don't know what you're doing with your microphone, but we heard you have a great point,
It might be his bandwidth.
and then no.
You sound
You
like,
sound like you're on a telephone, not on a computer. Nope, bad service. We can hear you, but it's really hard to understand you. But your point, you started to say you have a great point. Are you saying that about the pushback from the other states?
Yes, because I'm worried that New Jersey is gonna swap, and because they did it with arsenic, everybody else went with 10, and they dropped it down to 5, so I'm worried that they're just gonna swap.
We didn't understand any of that other than yes.
Yeah, he basically said that New Jersey is gonna be going on record, and other states will too.
Okay.
And my point is, I just don't want us to panic about this.
We're not panicking, we're gonna work.
Are we like ahead of, like, what are other towns doing? Like, how are they reacting? I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody about this, you guys. So how, what's happening in other towns? Are we ahead of this?
Well, remember, we are one of the, I don't know if there's, how many municipalities have their own water departments left in the state. I mean, American Water does all of this, so, you know, it's, I don't think there's a lot of municipalities pushing back. The American Water, I would assume, is gonna push back.
We
Right.
are in a good spot. We didn't have to treat up to this point. Other towns that have it bad enough that they had to treat to that standard now. We did not. So that's why it's gonna become something for us if they change.
Anybody else?
I understand.
What did he say, Susan?
Tell him to get on the telephone and put it on speaker.
What did he say, Susan?
Yeah, I lost my train of thought.
I heard him say we're in a good spot.
I
Yeah,
heard you
yeah.
say we were in a good spot.
I think he was indicating that we're in a good spot because we don't have to treat yet for the current levels. But if it was to change, then we would have to start treating. Is that right, Josh?
Correct.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
thank you,
Liz.
Councilman Mazzetti.
I have a
I can
feeling-
probably hear a little bit better because
Yeah, because your computer, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that's where that is, and then getting back down to the rest of this list. Number 5 out of 7 is Corcoran, number 6 out of 7 is Academy, and number 7 out of 7 is Academy's flooding that we talked about a couple meetings ago. So they would not be funded, those 3 projects at all, and
Not this
but
year.
not this year, in the
Stay
future.
on the list.
Right, they stay on the list, we have a list, the list is a living list, so as projects get done, other projects will come to the top. If a sewer main breaks, something might move to the top. But it really, this is done to give Bill Hand's guidance on building escrow funds and the capital budget, so that he knows where to put money on the projects and start setting aside money for the future, as well as priority on engineering costs, and on our DPW's time. So,
I want to ask a question on number 7, the Academy Street
Mhm.
flooding. I don't know how many of my fellow council members, probably the ones that serve on DPW, have probably gotten a tour over there. I know that you did, Marcia.
Yep.
I did as well. Mike was kind enough to bring me along one day last week or week and a half ago. And I guess I just want to confirm that while the overall project for the Academy Street flooding, although we had gotten that presentation a couple weeks ago and there was some rough estimates, from what I understood out there with Remington and Mike the day that I happened to be out there, there still is work that won't be stopped, that will go forward as far as doing the cam into the, you know, the camera into the sewer line, to the storm sewer line, and I think they were talking about seeing if they could clear out, you know, some to buy some time till
Right.
till we get a design and figure out really what's going on in there, because they can't, like, we don't really
It's a
know what
very
that one.
very
Yeah.
complicated project, especially with the garage sitting on top. of the whole-
Exactly, I just think that $1 million might, we don't really know what it
It
is
could be
gonna
very
be
low.
until they actually do that kind
Yeah.
of research.
I put $1 million down. Mike told me when I did my tour that it was probably 3 million, but because we don't know, like, we don't know.
Right, we need, but my point is the research, the engineers haven't been told to not do that work. They're moving forward with their research. We really can't even move on a project like this until we know what the scope is, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the work is being done
Yeah.
to do the research and the design.
Yeah. And then, and the other thing is that Skoda owes us an overlay on that road, so. What Mike Campion said was that when Skoda's finished with the Elizabethtown Gas project and they come back to do all their resurfacing. The plan is that we'll have Skoda do Academy and make it all pretty again. Though, you know, it'll have the underground issues, but other streets will also get overlays, and at that point, you know, if we have some overlay money, we can get a lot of the streets, you know, cleaned up along with Skoda, you know, and their contractors behind them. So you know, there's also, we have a bit of a credit with Revax when they went out to bid on the sewer lines for the Courthouse Square project. Inadvertently, our former engineer, CME, put into the scope of work the water lines. They should not have been in that bid. That
Storm sewer, Mayor.
thank you, thank you. Storm water, storm sewer, storm water lines. So that so even though we have a credit with Revax, because that is a responsibility of the redeveloper, which was caught by Remington Vernick, our current engineer. A lot of that money is getting eaten up. Ken, you can step in, getting eaten up because we've been hitting bad what along the way that have had to be addressed and fixed?
Not, it was more on Josh. There's been a few valve insertions that have gone in. There's 2 sections of additional stormwater work that we saw were in pretty rough shape. But that's it so far.
So
Some
as we
additional water
open
work.
up the road to do these sewer lines, our 100-year-old infrastructure, we are
Correct.
using some of that money to fix other areas we were unaware of since the road is open.
We've been tallying it as we go and we've been requesting replacement costs. So they're all sitting there waiting to see to the end of this project. If anything else major comes up, we'll have items lined up for you. You can decide on what's best to move forward with.
Does anybody else have any questions? Because while I have them here, I want to jump into another topic that I was going to bring up in my mayor's report. Does anybody else have any other questions for the gentleman regarding these priorities? And can I ask, are we in agreement that we should let them set the priorities and let Bill start moving these monies and canceling old bond issues and putting, getting these things closed out and cobbling together the funding to do these priorities?
Yes.
Yes.
Susan?
Yeah, I'm in general agreement, and I want to do a little more research on some of the background on some of this stuff, but yeah, I mean, everything there, I really trust them, all the 3 gentlemen, and appreciate all their time tonight. I know I asked a lot of questions, and I appreciate the time you spent answering them.
Councilwoman Rossetti, you okay with that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for preparing this. It's helpful.
I'm not taking questions at this point, Lois. Wait until we get to the public portion. So while I have you here, this brings up another topic that is on the agenda tonight that was put on at the end of last week, which is authorizing a special projects engineer. So we are sitting on sort of a credit with former 20-year-long municipal engineer Rob Martucci, who has come forward regarding a $99,000 credit apparently we have with him that the town walked away from. And I'm not really sure how, whether it was Mike Campion who was talking to him about our projects or whether it was, I'm not sure. All I know is we have a major issue right now with Courthouse Square. Courthouse Square's subcontractor to March Construction that is doing the infrastructure and tearing it up, as both Ken and Josh have relayed, 2 sewer main breaks, 6 lateral breaks on our sewer, 1 water main break on our water line. This subcontractor is very slow and he is really not good. The town has required that every time they open up our road, we have to have an inspector standing there from Remington Vernick watching their work. And it is like molasses, but it's like bad molasses. So out went a bill from Remington Vernick to the redeveloper for over $40,000 for inspection fees, only to be told that the last rendition of the agreement with the redeveloper that was done by the former mayor 2 years ago, when the sewer line work got capped at $3 million, that it was all inclusive, including inspections and permits and fees. And nobody knew that it was all inclusive. And I had our redevelopment attorney review the contract and he confirmed to our sewer collector, Rebecca Newman, that indeed they do not have an obligation to pay for any of these inspections whatsoever. So we are hemorrhaging money, watching our sewer and water lines hemorrhage from bad contractors. And there isn't a lot to do that we can do about this. So Mr. Martucci has offered to use his credit to be our inspector at that site. And worked down his credit at a rate of $115 an hour off that 99,000. So it would be at no cost to the borough. He also, well, I think I did not bring his list. Did you see the list that I sent you?
Yes.
Do you have it? Because I,
The,
so
the other project.
he also would,
Shield Avenue,
so
Pennsylvania
he
Avenue.
designed, he would like to finish and close out Shields Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue. He'd like to close out the water tower project, which has been languishing and fighting with the contractor on that one. And he'd also like
Third one was Courthouse Square.
Courthouse Square and the streetscape project, because we have not been able to close out the streetscape project because the DOT has not returned our phone calls for 2 years. So he would like to close out the streetscape project, and he would like to do what was the other ones? The courthouse, yeah, the inspection of the courthouse square.
The streetscape is not on.
Yeah, no, that was added at the meeting today, that one he should finish off as well. So apparently, Mike Campion indicated that the former attorney wanted to see him finish these projects out. It did not happen. He's willing, as I said, to work off the $99,000 credit on all these projects at no cost to the borough. And then whatever's, if it's not enough money because of these inspections at Courthouse Square, then he would finish these projects out at $115 an hour. He has also offered to do all the paperwork for the EPA grant, which is very cumbersome, but he has experience doing that, and he wrote that grant for the borough, no cost at all as a volunteer. And he also offered to do other volunteer work for us, writing some grants for us and getting those grants for us as a volunteer, because he is a resident of the borough. So there is tonight on here a resolution putting Rob Martucci in as a special projects engineer in a narrow scope of those projects, all of which he did the engineering, the design, and found the funding for.
Excuse me, Mayor, there was
Go ahead,
two other,
Mike.
there was two other projects. One was well 11 at headquarters, and the other one was the Main Street project from the circle originally to Church Street.
Did he design that one already?
Yes,
He designed the whole project for the Main Street project?
up to Church Street, correct.
So that would be just getting, but that's at least 2 years away, because we don't have the funding for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was included, so.
Well, so engineers are professionals, so they have to be annually appointed. So he'd have to get reappointed anyway. So if that project isn't gonna happen until 2025 or 2027, there's no point in appointing him for that tonight.
Okay,
The well that said 200 Main Street,
yes.
you want that included, Mike?
Yeah, because he's ready to send that in. We just did not own the property at the time.
All
Now
right.
that we own the property, he could send those plans right in for permits,
So you want to add well 11
please.
to the scope. So again, it would be the street, closing out the streetscape, closing out the water tower, Shield Pennsylvania Avenue, all the inspections for the infrastructure around Courthouse Square and well 11.
Oh, and close out Hopewell Ave.
And close out, why close out Hopewell Ave?
Excuse me?
That was his too?
Yeah, that was his designs.
Okay, somebody taking notes on this? Thank you. Okay,
Real quick, so we'll do an amendment.
Yeah.
once we introduce it.
Just amend into the resolution list, or I guess the project.
okay, so, does anybody have any, well, because I don't want these guys to be here all night, even though they're home. Enjoying their cushy chairs, but if we have any questions about this resolution, I'd rather talk about it now. While I have, Mike. And Mike, you want Rob on these projects?
Absolutely.
Anybody have any comment or questions? Or problems? Okay. All right, so it sounds like there's a consensus to appoint Rob to those projects to work off that credit and so we stop some hemorrhaging because our CFO is not happy at all.
Can we ask a question?
Yeah, I can hear
I would ask him now while these guys are there and while Bill is here.
So the 99,000 credit
Mhm.
that this engineer is willing to use that is there. What happens when that dries up? Or
So he would charge us $150 an hour. I think Remington's rate is like 178 or something like that. CME is 185 or 88.
We need to amend to add that. That's not it. It just says for $1.
Oh, that's until it's run out. Yeah, then it's 115 an hour for,
We didn't discuss that.
oh, he said that was sent in
That
Late
was just
this afternoon?
Oh, yeah, I'll add.
late this afternoon, yeah. But we wanted to get, we wanted to get to these projects today and then talk to him.
You know, if he's, I prefer to separate those two. I would like to see what the scope of work is and especially, I don't know, there's. I mean, I know we're discussing this now before the resolution, but I think we should with, like you said, with these guys here. I don't understand why there, I think Jeremy was just gonna say, I don't understand where the credit came from. I'm not sure what happened there.
So the credit, my understanding of the credit was that when he was released as the municipal engineer, one of his projects on Hopewell Avenue had he relied on a survey. Mike, could you stop me if I'm wrong, Mike, because that he designed the infrastructure for Hopewell based on a survey done by another company. And the survey had incorrect depths for one of the sewer lines. And when they were out doing the work, they found that that sewer line was like 8 feet deeper than on the drawings, and it required a change order. And had he been employed here, he would have been able to cure that and go after the surveyor who gave him the wrong information, because it's his license that certified the drawings were correct. But he was not here, so the borough ate the change order, and he, as a former employee and as a resident, would like to work that credit off. I think this is awful.
Right, he wanted to make good on his mistake, and he wasn't given an opportunity.
He wasn't given an opportunity to go after the surveyor.
He does take some responsibility for that situation. I've talked to him personally, and he does recognize the equal amount of responsibility that a design civil engineering professional would take, even with a bust in a survey. There's an 8-foot bust and you're looking at numbers. So I mean, as a civil engineer, you can see that in like, it's right there in black and white. However, the surveyor has equal, if not more, responsibility. So I just wanna, I guess I'm hesitant if somebody's taken some responsibility for a problem that was at least partially the civil engineer's responsibility. And now he's coming and saying, hey, I'm willing to do this for you. I just
Well,
think
he's
we should-
assuming all of the monetary responsibility.
for
for
that
that
change,
mistake.
for that
Right.
mistake, okay.
Well,
Um,
yeah, the 99, like he wants to work that 99,000 off and, you know, he's offered to do those inspections. And the thing is that I don't have a problem doing them as separate resolutions, but that $43,000 bill we just got from Remington Vernick only took like 6 weeks. And this project is gonna go on. When is the road project gonna be done with the sewer water lines and all that? What month?
Our work for Ravax
Yeah.
should be done, if everything goes right, sometime end of July.
So we still have June and July to go. And so the plan is to stop Remington from going out there and charging us their inspection fees and let Rob work off this credit and let him do it at no cost to the public.
I'm not opposed to that. I just want to understand what the background, you know, I just want, we got a resolution on Friday that says, hey, this guy's gonna do something for $1. So, you know, it's like, so
Yeah.
having that background and knowledge.
Blame
is
my
important.
champion.
So real quick, so Mr. Corsini, what Councilwoman had mentioned as far as separating those things, because a hypothetical situation is thought of. What if we get this engineer out there, Courthouse Square, you know, doing all this through the credit, but then March Construction says, all right, we're just gonna get a subcontract. What happens?
So it still has to all be inspected.
It's true.
It doesn't matter about the subcontractor, it just matters the work is gonna be, he's gonna continue the inspection.
Yeah. Yes.
But if the subcontractor is better and better
Then
and
it'll-
more efficient, then the price would go down.
Yeah, it's not gonna take it
There's
as
not
long.
gonna be as.
Yeah, I think that's another good reason why we should break up, like, I think we should have Rob work off the credit. And then reconsider which, because we just rattled off 6 different projects that we might want him to do because of his knowledge and background of them, I get it. But I think we need to take a pause between when, especially because he was let go from this, you know, and I like Rob, he's a really nice guy, I think he's, I know the DPW guys really think that he's excellent at, you know, solving stuff out in the field, on the fly, on his feet, like he's good, he's know that reputation he's known for. I just think we should take a pause and pay and work off the credit and then decide which projects we're gonna assign him going forward as a consultant, just like we would any other consultant.
Well, the problem is if we're gonna do Shields Avenue, the #1 priority here, we're gonna do it now. And he had been instrumental in doing work on that already. The tower project has been hanging out there with this,
The shield part of the town.
yeah, I know, but the contractor has been busting everybody's chops, and Rob's got extreme knowledge about that project, because that was his project, to get that off our plates. Streetscape, they've been trying to get this thing closed out now for 2 years, and nobody's been able to get it closed out, and Rob, you know,
Well, the issue there was the paperwork from the contractor.
right,
Right.
and then the guy who had signed off on most of the paperwork retired and left the state government. And the new guy wants it all recertified.
Yep.
And you know, Rob is willing to go toe to toe with these people. The well project is gonna happen when the well project happens and hopefully soon. We already talked about Main Street not happening right away, so I think we're either all in or we're out. We can do it as 2 separate resolutions, that he's gonna work off the 99 first, and then another resolution that we're gonna hire him to do these projects, you know, finish, because we completed this $99,000 on these inspections, the way this project is going. Bill, you ever thought about this?
Well, I think what you said is key, that he's done the design work on all these projects that you're talking about starting. And if we go with a different engineer, they're not gonna want to use his plans, so you'd be starting from scratch with that. So you'd have to pay.
Yeah,
for a
no,
new
I
engineer.
certainly understand.
Bill, you are correct, because CME was hesitant to do any work on Hopewell or the Cuss project because it was not CME's plans.
As long as Martucci has sealed, signed and sealed design documents for each one of those projects that were just rattled off, I'm fine with it.
I think you should add it. I think you should add his going rate after the 99,000, and I think you should have it not to exceed. And if it does, that's when you go to another list.
Good idea,
You okay with that?
not to exceed on there.
But bringing out professional contracts supposed to have a not.
Yeah, but this resolution doesn't.
That bond committee, went out already.
Done, so you.
Right now, it's 99,000, right, for $1.
Well, nominal consideration is. It is, so
Okay.
the only reason the resolution is because there's a fair value to the service. We're not paying it for it. So functionally, per the law, you just put in $1, it's not consideration. I'll make it right any way you want, but that's.
Are you okay with us adding in $115 with maybe not to exceed, I don't know, what's reasonable
And
number,
that's
Bill?
opposite what Councilwoman Engelhardt wants to.
I'm not opposed to merging the two, as long as we're adding in the not to exceed, you know, the hourly rate and the not
Yeah,
to
I mean, we're
exceed.
starting
to
with an
that-
hourly rate,
that
we
rest-
gotta do not to exceed, yes.
So what's
I think
reasonable
that's what we're
though?
proposing.
Or are we talking just about the initial design of all this, or is this all these projects to completion? You know, I would have no idea.
Mike, Champion, what's your thought on that? I guess, I just want to do whatever makes everybody happy on this.
Isn't it up to this guy, Marquis, to tell us what it's gonna take, after the 99 hours?
Would you use the night time?
I mean, I just, sorry.
Maybe this has become a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, I'm
discussed.
just wondering
Thank
if,
you.
because if you try to put a not to exceed and he still doesn't finish his work, then we're gonna have to go back to the well.
You would come back here, yeah.
So the point of it is I'm just wondering, wouldn't it be in his best interest as well as ours? 'Cause I'm always looking for a win-win, is for him to tell us what it will take in terms of hours to get all those things done.
In a more formal
Yeah,
type.
The other things, because we don't know about these inspections that we're.
Right.
And we just threw all these other projects on his plate.
Who, can we do this, Mike? I'm anxious, and I know our CFO is anxious to get him on these inspections at Courthouse Square to stop the bleeding on inspection fees. So if we pass this resolution the way it is right now and get him doing the inspections, then in 2 weeks, we can add another resolution appointing him for the other projects.
So I think we should do the free stuff. If you wanna start now, we really, I'd rather just do all eats any comprehensive resolution.
We can't wait 2 weeks.
If you wanna wait, if you wanna get started now, I would do the resolution that I've written. The amount not to exceed is the dollar, right? So this is the quote, free stuff, credit. And if you wanna add some of the other things in that were written down, it's the discretion to do what you guys wanna do. For the hourly fee and a cap not to exceed per the local finance law, that I would do in 2 weeks. But the ones you wanna start now, when you and I spoke on Friday, the 3 projects we talked about were ones that you wanted to start immediately. But as has been noted tonight,
Not me, Mike.
well, I'm saying, well, that was communicated,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mike, can
they
we
seem
wait, can
meritorious.
we wait
yeah,
2
so-
weeks on the Shields Avenue and the tower closeout and the streetscape closeout? Can we wait 2 weeks on those?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the cuss one I'm really worried about.
Right, well, that's what we're all worried about. So, all right, so in that case, we'll pass the resolution tonight as it
The
stands,
shield does in there, resolution, Mayor.
the Shields Avenue.
There's 3 projects you want to discuss, which I believe shield is best and.
So we could leave them in there, that he could work that off. There's no reason not to leave it in there. Then we can amend this resolution and add streetscape and add well 11
Close now, hope.
and closing out help well in the next one and put the
You
monetary
can amend the
in.
resolution, you can do a second resolution.
We could do a
A
second.
lot of different ways we could do it. You
Okay.
would at that point have to have some financial constraints.
Right. So we need to communicate to Mr. Martucci about how many hours he thinks this is all gonna take.
Yeah, so-
Is everybody good with that?
Yes.
I am.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Rossetti, you good with that?
Yeah, I would definitely like to see the specific projects listed with that hourly rate and the potential costs, yeah, before we move on that part, but yeah, sounds good.
So special projects, the other stuff is in there, but we'll let him know. We don't want him really doing any of that until we just really want him getting on those inspections, start working off that money. And I think that's good. Everybody's good?
Yes.
And then we'll do another resolution in 2 weeks. Okay, anything else for our DPW before they sign off? Everything's good?
Thank you for coming, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And Mayor, thank you for going through this, and Kim, it was a great exercise, it was.
You're welcome. Thank you for helping us put this in. And like I said, it's really about not getting into more debt, figuring out what we can do in the priority that you guys think that the town needs it done first.
And I'm sure Bill Hance is smiling.
He is smiling.
Ear to ear.
He is smiling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, good night.
Bye-bye.
Josh, thank you, Ken. Thank you, Mike. Anything you want to add, Bill?
No, I'm just glad we finally did this where we have priorities and, you know, we asked the DPW what their priorities are. That's how it really should be funded.
I hate to even say this, but the DPW indicated today that This has never been done before in this town.
Yeah,
And nobody's ever prioritized their projects. It's crazy to me, crazy. I am not an engineer. I do not know what's underneath this ground. I wouldn't even presume to tell them what to do. So it's just crazy to me that the last however many decades of mayors have never done this, so. Okay, so we have it, this is a good introduction to how the capital budget might come down. When are you thinking about introducing the capital budget? We haven't even talked, there's nothing to talk about because we have no money, but.
Right, I mean, I guess you'd have to. Technically, the capital budget starts tonight when you do this amendment to the bond ordinance, you know, it's. But other than that, we can discuss whatever other projects you might want. I don't think you really need. Yeah. Since all this is already money that's funded, you really don't have to do anything with the capital budget because it's already in place. You're not adding it.
But you do have bond issues that you have to close out,
Correct.
and you have encumbrances that need to be closed out and moved. So there is a whole bunch of things.
There might be a couple ordinances that we need to do, just adding streets or something to the ordinances. So that we can use the money for these individual projects, which I'll go over that with the bond attorney once we're at that step.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're gonna hang around? Hang around? No, I mean, because the bond ordinance, I don't know, meeting, whatever. Well, whatever you want.
Bill's been trying to leave.
Since
It's 10 o'clock this morning.
Right. All right, so we're back on the regular agenda then. Regarding mayor's report, we talked about that. In line with talking about bond counsel, I just want you to know that our redevelopment attorney, who is also our bond counsel, Chris Walrath, contacted me that his firm is merging into Dilworth Paxton, which is one of the largest firms in the state. And there's no change to his office. He and Jim Farron are going to still continue doing the redevelopment stuff, and he and Megan Bennett, who acts as our bond counsel, are going to continue doing all of this stuff. But he indicated that, you know, we got into something that they don't specialize in, that Dilworth does. If you know, they can't take on like large lawsuits, they can't take on tort claims, they can't take on a number of things because they're a very small office. So they're very specialized in redevelopment, mostly redevelopment work and municipal law and bond law. So it just gives us more, but our people are still our people. So but I do want you all to know that they are merging. I also wanted to let everybody know, JCP&L contacted me, only me. I don't know why. They did not contact our DPW. They did not contact our business administrator to let us know that there's going to be planned outages. They were supposed to be tonight at 1 in the morning and this Friday night at 1 in the morning. But because of Memorial Day weekend, they decided not to do it. These are planned outages. They're working on one of the substations and power will be out. They have to do it 2 different nights because of resets. I'm not an electrician. I don't know this stuff. But it's going to be sometime after Memorial Day now for the 2 nights. And as soon as I know what it is, we'll get it posted on our website so that people aren't confused about why they wake up and they missed work because their alarm never went off. But I don't have a new date at all. So also the Memorial Day parade is coming up soon. Again, I was sent a form about being in the parade. I don't know if everybody else was. Does anybody want to
I think you
participate?
can just show up. That's the thing with their policy, the Memorial Day parade.
So the form is
You just show up.
the form is just the form? Okay, so hopefully people will show up and walk in the Memorial Day parade or ride or whatever you want to do. And then I just want to also let everybody know this is formally tonight is our last night with Jeff Klein as our construction officer and zoning officer. Because he is retiring at the end of this month. We have not secured a replacement for him yet. I'm not sure what we're going to do. We have interviewed a few people and there's some moving parts going on, but he has been, you know, incredibly long service for this town and, you know, very grateful for his service. And likewise, Mike Humphrey, our acting clerk's business administrator. It's also his last meeting. His last day is later this week. So I just want to say thank you to Mike in public and good luck on your new endeavors down south where it's warmer than here. But they have hurricanes. And finally, the only other thing I want to bring up is the planning board is discussing enlarging the current historic preservation area. The Historic Preservation Commission is discussing it. And the planning board is amenable to it. And I'm thinking that the planning board is now working on all these ordinances to match up the master plan. And our town is spending a lot of money working on this. Yet nobody's asked the council whether or not we want what they want, right? And we set policy, the planning board does not. So I'm thinking like that the council should know about this preservation area before great expense is spent doing another map and then doing the public notice. Full disclosure, my house is going into that new area. I don't care. I'm fine with it. But I do want everybody else to know that it's a muchly, that is such a word, a muchly extended area that brings in homes that are as young as the early 50s. So Beth is here tonight for a number of reasons, and I thought maybe Beth could just talk on this for a second and get a concurrence from the council that they're okay spending oodles of money on this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So this is a continuation of a process that got kickstarted by the HPC a couple of years ago. And they had worked with their historic preservation architect, John Hatch, to really accomplish two sets of recommendations. One was to take the existing historic district and adjust the designations of the various properties, and that's been completed. The second part was to actually expand the historic district to include some additional lots in town. And that's the part that had not been acted upon by the planning board or the council previously, and it's that piece that's up for discussion this evening. Through the master plan process, we've convened the subcommittee, we're working on these ordinances, and one of the topics that's come up naturally is also addressing historic preservation. And so I think the question before the council is really, are you interested in expanding the historic district to include additional properties in town? And if the answer is yes, the process is that there has to be a public hearing identifying the expanded area for the council to review, for the planning board to also participate, and the public would certainly have an opportunity to provide comments and ask questions. In terms of exactly what those boundaries are, sorry, I can present a map at the next meeting. I wasn't quite ready for a full presentation. No, that's okay. But before I sort of commit to exactly what those boundaries are and what the designations will be, whether the properties are significant or contributing, I do want the HPC to go ahead and take another look at it, because it's been a couple of years, and I don't think that I believe they don't intend upon doing a restarted process that would be much larger and more in depth. It's just simply, it's been a couple of years. Let's make sure that your thinking is still the same as it was a few years ago. Make sure that all of the buildings are still there, for example. So if the council is amenable, I think the process would be confirming with the HPC exactly what they're recommending, and then working with the council, working with the planning board and the HPC to determine the best way to accomplish that public meeting and exactly what the plan is, much less what the date would be.
Well, I wish I would have known that this was gonna be a topic of discussion tonight. As HPC liaison, I was not aware of this.
Well,
So
it's
that's
just
nice
happened.
that everybody let me know, because I could have brought the maps that HPC spent 2.5 years coming up with and spent a boatload of money to update.
Right, which then didn't get anywhere with the planning board.
Correct.
Right, so now they're ready to do it, right? But they're talking about this expanded area. Right? So I'm in favor of the original map that didn't ever get anywhere, and I'm also in favor of the extended area, which has my house in it. I mean, I'm okay with that. So, but this happened very late this afternoon. Again, like, I just wanna, because that's gonna now, because there was an email, because I'm on that subcommittee for the ordinances. So there was an email from Beth to the subcommittee about talking about the process to Chris Corsini and it just occurred to me like, this council really should be weighing in as to whether there's an appetite on these ordinances.
Well,
and
the problem is for me is that I don't know anything about it, so I'm not even educated on what the maps looks like or what is considered or not. So if you're asking me would I approve something like that right now, I'd say no, because I don't know anything about it. If I knew about it, if I'm armed with information, then I can make an educated decision. But if I'm not armed with information, I'm just gonna throw up and say, yes, well, okay, we can go ahead and do that. I can't comfortably do that.
so if the HPC reviews their current map and they look at the expanded area, I would suggest prior to the planning board subcommittee looking at it and starting to spend money on your time and Brett's time, that it come here first, where everybody up here sees it and says, yeah, we want to do this.
So do we give the HPC an opportunity to review the materials once more, confirm that this is what they'd like to do, and then report back to me so I can bring it back?
I would say yes, because they are a commission, they are their own authority, so yeah, I would say let them do what they want to do. And then.
Our next meeting is not till June 21st. So
Okay.
Can the planning board liaison say something? I also didn't know this was gonna be for discussion either tonight, Kim, so I'm with you there. And I'm sorry if I missed a very late afternoon email. I know there was a few that came through, but I did not see this one. Yeah, I mean, I know how much work the HPC went through a few years ago, and it was a lot. I don't necessarily believe, and I think this is where you were going, if I'm interpreting this right. I don't necessarily feel that hey, let's make sure that the HPC takes another look at this, because maybe there's a couple things that change. And frankly, I don't think that expansion was really huge the last time. You're agreeing with me, right?
it was just adding a couple of
Yeah, it was
buildings that
not
were
that big a deal.
included the first.
So I think that, the money was spent several years ago, so I think the concern about the money now isn't as a concern for me as we spent this money several years ago, and I'd like to see the process follow through. But yeah, I mean, I want the council here to be involved and understand what's going on. So someone like Tony, like you said, and even I know you sat on the board last year, we might have discussed it. I don't even remember.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it was last year, so I don't blame you if you did. I don't blame you if you don't. The point is,
Only on the board, just remember for like 6 months, that's it.
I understand. It's not, I'm just saying, I don't even remember if we discussed it last year or the year before, is my point. So I think we need to just take a breath and go, okay, let's let the HPC, who's the expert in this, take the lead and give us as council members feedback. I remember when we went through this on planning board, and we were very much amenable to what the HPC recommended. I don't think this is gonna be a long drawn out process.
But the planning board voted it down, they didn't do
Why did you guys
it.
pass it?
It didn't pass.
Because
Because
the
of politics.
because the old mayor didn't want her house in the updated zone.
And that is the fact, she went on record saying it in public. And it never moved forward. Her
Her
house
house included in the historic district.
in the expanded district had her house in North Main Street in the expanded district. And she did not allow it to go forward, and she put it on the record, it's on the public record, so. That's why it didn't move forward, so it's fine to say, everybody was, but it didn't go anywhere, so we spent all that money and then it went nowhere, and that's all I'm saying, if we're gonna keep spending money. Through the planning board in developing stuff, the council, which sets policy, not the planning board, really should know this stuff before we spend money on professional staff doing stuff. Because it's very expensive.
So Does the council want the HPC to proceed with
I said,
giving it?
I just said earlier, they are an authority unto themselves, and if they want to do that, they should do that. They should present it. Right, but before the planning board wastes the time to do the ordinance and all that other stuff, because they're being generated from the planning board, it should be coming here.
So you want HPC to come and present to council before we present?
What
the
do you
I mean,
see?
'cause you're
I
gonna-
think there is I'm gonna ask you the question, Beth. Eventually, it has to go through the planning board though, because it's it's part of the master plan. When they, I think that was one of the issues, was that we were redoing the master plan at the time, and we wanted to make sure that the revised boundary that was being proposed was also reflected in that new master plan. So one of the other reasons, if I recall right, because as the mayor said before, this isn't a politics thing, and I didn't vote to delay this because of a politics thing. If I recall, we also said we want to make sure that this boundary is reflected in the upcoming master plan that we were literally doing at the same time. So isn't that also a requirement and a factor that was affected by that decision?
So I think
It was a while ago. It was like pre-COVID, so I'm a little fuzzy on it.
Yeah, the historic, my recollection is that HPC put together a document, it was like a presentation of sorts.
Excuse me, Beth, could you use?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lauren.
Oh, yeah. No, we just keep talking.
It's just you direct your comments that way and it's.
I understand this. Okay, my recollection is that the HPC put together a report or a presentation that addressed those two topics that I had stated, the designations in the area. The planning board, the council had acted upon just one of them, the designations themselves. We had adopted a master plan amendment to the historic preservation element. It was 3 pages or so, cover a couple paragraphs and a new map identifying that. So at that time, there was a decision not to proceed on changing the area. What we're talking about now, I think, is sort of a 2-step process. One is getting the information from the HPC to confirm that what they had proposed now a couple of years ago remains what they would currently like to propose, that there are no changes that have occurred that would adjust that thinking. And then that information will come back to the council, to all of you, to review and to consider whether or not you want to give it the green light of sorts. That green light would then trigger a public hearing on the new historic preservation, the district itself. And then if that public hearing resulted in a positive outcome, meaning a vote, yes, let's expand the area, then that new map would be incorporated into the master plan and obviously incorporated into the business of the HBC, what lots are under their jurisdiction, et cetera.
So I'm gonna agree with Councilman Parker. I need to be educated, and I mean, my big question is, what I would assume the HBC and planning board would have an answer. I would ask, what is the benefit of, making it bigger, that historic question? So, and that's an unanswerable question right now, even though.
No, it's not. I can tell you right now.
But
Want an answer right
Go ahead,
now?
liaison to the HPC.
Because there's a house on Broad Street.
Yes.
That is.
You can't talk about, there's an active application, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can't discuss an active application. I'm sorry, but
It's not an application for the HPC.
it's an active application in front of the planning board right now, Chris. We cannot discuss this in public. I'm really, really sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Is it the planning board or the zoning?
It's a zoning.
I know it's a joint board, but I'm saying.
It's a zoning.
It's a zoning board matter.
It's a joint board, obviously. Okay. Zoning board, you check.
Thank you.
Because it's prejudicial if on appeal potentially. So planning board matter, you have more leeway. But it's zoning board, so.
But dragging their feet has a real impact on this town.
But there is an issue, Jeremy.
I was just one, I wanted a general, like, why would you expand a historic? That's it, and nobody has to answer.
No, because there were some buildings that weren't included in it the
Right,
first.
so like,
go round.
we could take Liberty Village, right, because that's not controversial. Liberty Village has the old boundary building inside it. It is not part of the district, so it didn't show up on anybody's work map to save it, right? So it's slated for demolition because it's not in the historic district. So it's like that. So anything that's not in the historic district, like my house, I can put 6 houses on my lot. So I could feasibly right now tear down my house and add 6 houses if I wanted to, or an apartment building or whatever. Or you guys could save my atomic ranch from 1952. And you know, and say, you can't do that anymore, Marcia, and don't think about it. Because I know exactly how many lots I could put there, so I obviously have. So, kidding, but that's the issue, right? So if it isn't protected in a district, it can be demolished, including the Moran boundary, including the train depot. I think I'm not sure if that's in a historic or not.
None of Liberty Village.
No, down in Cardinal.
Talking about
Oh,
ag,
Correct.
So just generally, rather than talking about specific lots, it would apply those same demolition standards that we have in our historic preservation ordinance to these new lots. Same thing for relocation standards. And then we also have a body of ordinances that discusses historic preservation character and design standards. It would also make those standards applicable to the new lots, and it would send any application for development of those lots to the HPC to review, just like occurs within the existing historic district.
Excellent.
So it would literally expand the footprint of what the HPC has jurisdiction over.
And you have to understand, eventually, the whole borough, because we used a map from 1927. That whatever was built at that time is considered. So eventually, everything in the borough is going to become part of the historic district.
Eventually, hundreds of years,
Right.
some of them, but
You know, some of them may be caught up in the next master plan go around. Because that's what, every 10 years?
okay, so we have an agreement that the Historic Preservation Commission should go ahead and do their update. And then they should come here and do the presentation to the council. Is that agreement? Is that what?
I think
I'm hearing
the
you say?
question that the council needs to weigh is whether or not you want a full presentation from the HPC that would mimic a public hearing. And then if the answer was yes, if you give green light, so to speak, then there would be another public hearing in another forum. Whether you want to just have a lighter update, you know, review the map, some discussion between myself, if you want members of the HPC, and then to green light. So it's really a matter of how much effort, how much of a presentation do you want in order to consider the issue? If folks are generally comfortable with this idea, then I would suggest that you probably don't need a full-blown presentation and then a public hearing. But if folks are really not comfortable with the idea, then maybe you do want to
So I just
explore
don't know
the
anything
issue.
about it. I mean, I'm just gonna be stupid if I am. I
It
don't
is
know
one of the
anything
most
about it.
historic houses in town, but.
That's the only one I know of. But so it'd just be nice to be educated on what the map actually looks like, how it can be, like, I'd just like to know that just for my own.
So I think the light version.
Yes.
Yeah.
the light version.
The light version, I think, would be enough.
That's fine, that's fine. I
John?
just want to make sure that it's enough information.
It's John Hackett presentation that unexplained, how do you establish, why is this established? Because you go to a significant date and time and you establish that as your kind of architectural and timeline boundary. I mean, HPC did a great job with that, right? I mean, it was really well done. I think John's presentation saying, this is why, you know, this is why you have a boundary, this is how you establish it. It was very effective last year. It doesn't need to be a full. I think we just need to make sure that our colleagues understand what that process was that the HBC went through 3 years. They really spent a lot of time.
So at the end of the day, if you want to do the short version, I'm fine with that. If you think that's gonna give me what we need, then I'm fine.
I
with
think the short version would be sufficient.
That's fine.
Quite honestly, I don't want to. I don't want to speak for you, but I really do think that would be sufficient. HBC has done
I trust you.
probably 90% of the work
So
already.
we're probably talking like the one meeting we have in July or the one meeting we have in August. Kim, would that be accurate?
I have. What do you mean?
Because they don't meet again until June, for them to come in and talk to us when they have.
Well, right now, we're in the throes of house tour, so I don't even know that we're gonna be prepared. mean, we might start the discussion in June, but I don't know how.
That's
long
what I
it's gonna
said,
take.
July or August for this.
Yeah, I guess. I have to check with them and get back.
Okay.
I'd be happy to help coordinate. Kim, if you want to use me as a resource for trying to coordinate between the HPC, municipality and planning board, I'm happy to help out.
So do you want HPC to go planning board? I thought we were just coming to.
You're coming,
council.
no, I think you're coming back to council. I'm just offering to provide any help the HPC needs. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Council, okay. All right, thank you. I'm glad we had this discussion because I think it's prescient, so. All right, council members report, Councilman President Long.
Hello, good evening. I have a very active police report to give you tonight. April 21st, the vehicle was stolen from Planet Fitness. The vehicle was located the following day in Connecticut, unoccupied. Through investigation, a male was charged with the theft of the vehicle. There's an active arrest warrant issued. Same male was also linked to a car burglary at Herman Cap, which was unsuccessful. The male, during this incident, on the same day, left his wallet in the car prior to stealing the vehicle from Planet Fitness. A separate warrant was issued for burglary and criminal mischief for over $2,000 in damage to the car. April 26th, employee at the UPS store was charged with theft. Over $3,000 worth of Amazon returns after an investigation. On May 16th, multiple UTVs were stolen from Flemington Power Sports. The Detective Bureau is currently working on the investigation. One UTV, was recovered after it was involved in an accident in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. May 22nd, patrol responded to Ulta Beauty for shoplifting. Detective Garabrandt was able to track the vehicle, which was subsequently stopped, and 2 occupants were charged with shoplifting and conspiracy to commit shoplifting.
Are they the same ones that did the other ones?
It's all different. It's a rewrite.
It's just multiple different people doing it. There's probably one ringleader, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, thank you.
During the month of May, patrol has charged 3 separate people with DUIs, along with various motor vehicle violations. The Detective Bureau has multiple open cases being investigated, such as thefts, harassments, and other narcotics cases. Reminder that you need to keep your vehicles locked at all times, keep your valuables out of eyesight when your vehicles are parked. Raritan Township had a large number of catalytic converter thefts over the past week. These incidents happen close to the border of Flemington Borough and within homeowners' driveways. Please be sure to notify the police if you see a suspicious vehicle in the area. This is a nationwide issue, right? And it's because of what's inside the catalytic.
Yeah, so it's what's inside the catalytic converters that they're going after. But I have multiple investigations open. These folks come in, they're in and out within 3 minutes of a car. I think probably upwards of 15 got taken in Raritan Township, right on the border. We have had many in the borough taken as well. Some are ranging from $1,000 to $8,000 in replacement.
Are these happening during the night?
Yes.
They're not happening during the daytime. I know that some of these gangs are like great.
Yeah, this is mostly at night, 2-3 a.m. The UTV incident, we had an officer go through 45 minutes prior. We see him on camera go around, they hit right after. So we can only be in so many places at one time.
Nice, Detective,
No
thank you.
problem.
Community Crime Cam program is still open for enrollment. You can visit the police department website for further details as well. As a link to register your cameras. This helps the police department with investigating crimes in the area as well as keeps you and your belongings safe. There's no need to give access to your cameras. It just allows the police department to know houses in town that have the cameras if needed. And finally, all the best to you, Mr. Humphrey, as you step away from Flemington and onto a new path. I personally appreciate many of the ideas you brought with you to the borough and wanted to make sure you knew that. You're very helpful to me at times, and again, I very much appreciate it, and good luck to you, my friend. And that's my report.
Thank you, Council President. Council Vice President.
Okay, I heard from Mark Hay regarding the fireworks. All permits are approved, and don't forget it is on July 3rd with the rain date of July 5th. I've mentioned it prior. HPC house tour is on June 3rd. That is rain or shine. Tickets are going fast and being sold on Eventbrite. If you'd like to volunteer for the house tour, please contact Wendy Orr at WORR@historicflemington.com. We have a HPC house tour meeting this Wednesday, the 24th here for all 7 o'clock. HPC met and we had an application for 27 Mine Street for a debt that was approved as presented, as well as 2 planning board reviews with comments for 13 Brown Street, which we are drafting a memo. And 53 East Main Street, which the HPC has no comment, is not in the historic district. I did a 6-hour shelter training on Monday, May 15th. If you're interested in joining the CERT team, please contact me. As the mayor mentioned, Memorial Day Parade is Monday, May 29th. It does start at 10 a.m. Thank you to Jeff Klein and enjoy your retirement. And thank you and good luck to Mike Humphreys on your next chapter.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rossetti?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended a Shade Tree Commission meeting on May the 10th. They mentioned that the Adopt a Tree program is going well. They had several applications that they're working on. Their next meeting will be June 14th. Our code enforcement officer, Dave Giuliani, is away until June the 2nd. So if there's any pressing issues, Jeff Klein should be contacted. In the meantime, Dave has been working on several issues. Excess cars at the Exxon station, clothing box by Staples is being removed. He's also been addressing grass complaints. Everyone could please be mindful. It is spring and our grass is going quickly to keep up with that around town. Mike Humphrey, thank you and good luck to you. And then lastly, I would just like to take a moment to express some thoughts that have been weighing heavily on my mind as I continue to receive requests for comments regarding Councilman Johnston. Malik and I campaigned together. I remember conversations we had about family and community being the heart of Flemington, as we discussed wanting to help people pull together and improve our community. I now feel deceived and betrayed. The charges against Mr. Johnston involve actions and behaviors that can destroy families and communities. I no longer feel confident that Mr. Johnston has the best interests of our constituents in mind as he weighs in on important decisions that affect people's lives due to what appears to me as a blatant disregard for the safety and well-being of this community. Furthermore, I don't know who else has listened back, but I would like to address Mr. Johnston's comments during the break of last council meeting following our discussions on the budget. I listened. It says it's putting on a performance for the public. Everybody wants to get the F out of there. As decent human beings, and especially as those in leadership positions, we should be holding ourselves to the highest moral standards. I am echoing the many voices that have already been expressed in asking Mr. Johnston to please resign. There is a lot of important work to be done, and I feel that the people of this borough, Flemington, deserve to be able to have confidence in the integrity of this council. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Rossetti, Mr. Parker?
So I have a couple of things. One, I'm gonna mix a report in with something else because, as you said, there's something that I experienced this week. Unfortunately, I had a death in the family, and the person who died was actually state representative, and it was it was pretty overwhelming. It was a pretty large funeral, but there were like a lot of dignitaries there. There were a lot of there were on both sides, on the Republican side and on the Democratic side, and independents, which I just thought was extremely interesting. And something came to me, and I had a conversation with a couple of people who approached me. And I started on the way back home thinking about the council and the borough and the politics and the personal attacks. And one of the things that I know that my nephew had as a standard is that, you know, his quote to everybody was, love somebody today, hug somebody today. That was his tagline, no matter where he went. And someone in the chambers actually said he comes in every time and that's what he says. So it dawned on me that what's happened here is the borough has become divided and ugly. And for lack of a better word, that's just what it's become. And the problem really is that there's these personal attacks. I mean, you can have an opinion, you can have your differences, but these personal attacks have got to stop. And here's the bigger thing, the rumors. I always think, I have no patience for rumors, because I always think people start rumors because they want to take emphasis off themselves, and so therefore they start rumors so they can be well liked and they think they're well informed. Here's one of the rumors I'm gonna put to rest right now. Marcia and I and the sewer guy, I'm sorry, that's the name. Yeah, thank you. Just popped out of my mind. Met with Pardo a week ago. And that project is very much on its way. They did a revision, which I know is coming to the council, maybe I'm speaking too quickly, but it is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. It's not gone away. It hasn't really mitigated anything, but it has become so that it's user friendly and that there's actually a park. There's actually going to be, we're talking about a community center or whatever the case may be. So the bottom line is, when I keep hearing that development is stopping, this is a rumor that has got to be stopped. It is unnecessary. It is damaging. It makes everybody in a tether, and you don't have the facts. So I don't understand who's starting the rumors and why they're starting. And if someone's saying that a developer said this, a developer said that, don't bring it here. Do not bring it here, because you don't have the information. And the developer should not be even talking to you about this. That's second of all. So either you're starting it, or you're precipitating, you're feeding into it, allowing that to happen. The other thing is, look, there is no, when you sit in this seat, when you sit in this table in this seat, and a lot of people have done that, or when you're sitting on a board, or when you're sitting on a committee, there's a lot of responsibility. There's an enormous amount of responsibility. And you know what? We are not perfect, because you can't be perfect in an imperfect world. What I can say is that I cannot, and I will not, vote on party lines or anything like that. I will, and I learned this from my nephew, I will only do what I think is right, based upon what I'm hearing from constituents and based upon what I know for myself, because I live here too. So I have to do things that is right. When people say it's not fair, there's no such thing as being fair. Forget that, but I tell people this who report to me, there's no such thing as being fair. You know why? Because what's fair to me is not fair to you. What's fair to you may not be fair to me. So that's why you have to go on facts and not emotion. And you can't go on what's happened in the past. You have to keep moving forward. And you have to stop this division and this gossiping and this nonsense. It's just nonsense. So when I go to some place and I'm out of town and I'm going to something and I'm hearing all of these people, they were Republicans and I mean, it was, the news was there, all the news channels were there. And everybody started talking about how they are trying to merge. They're trying to merge. And this is in the state of Kentucky. This is in Kentucky. So the point of it is, it can be done. We just choose not to do it. So I'm just going to make that point that I want these, and I had a contentious push at a meeting not too long ago, which I'm still going to address that. I'm just waiting. Because all I heard was what people were saying. And I kept saying that's not true. But it's not true. It's not true, period. And if you're standing there and a bunch of people and business people and you were perpetuating this rumor, then you know what? Why are you there? Because you're part of the problem. And this has got to stop. It's got to stop on every single level. It has to stop. That's why I don't go to meetings. I don't go to any of these things, because I don't want that in my life. We have got to move this thing forward. Who's ever in this seat right now is the person that we have to work with. The person who was in the seat, listen, everybody brought something to this table. Everybody, every mayor, every council person, everybody brought something to the table. When you're gone, then the next person picks it up and moves forward. That's called progress. You don't stop progress because you're no longer there. And that's exactly what's happening. So that's my 2 cents. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Flicker.
Thank you, Tony.
Councilman Johnston?
Thank you, Mayor. The library board meeting was May 19th. I attended that meeting. Renovations in the basements were discussed. Bids are being requested and accepted, May 15th and June 15th. That's one of Ms. Mike Well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Engelbert?
I received notice today, thank you, Mike, that we won a $2,000 Green Buildings and Environmental Sustainability grant to update the master plan. So I wanted to also thank Margaret Thompson at Sustainable and the Sustainable Hunterdon Coordinator for encouraging me to apply for that grant. So we weren't able to incorporate the sustainability element into the master plan last year, so this will allow us to get that done. The community garden, the next meeting is on the 28th at 3 p.m. at Factory Fuel. And those who rented pop plots, you can start working on those on June 1st, and there's going to be a grand opening celebration on July 1st. In regards, to celebrate the official kind of first growing season for the garden, which is, obviously been developed over the last 3 years. But I know that committee's really proud of their accomplishments, so congratulations to them. Both school districts have Board of Education meetings tonight simultaneous to our council meeting, so encourage you to follow up on that and keep an eye on what's going on with our 2 local districts. I do want to thank Jeff Klein for all of his years of service to the borough. I think he's been a very good addition to our community, and I'm glad he's still a resident of our community, and I can be still impart his wisdom, but as a constituent. And I do want to thank Mike Humphrey. You've been a very good sounding board for me, even before I was sworn in December, and I really do appreciate your counsel and wish you and your family all the best in South Carolina. And then finally, I'd like to make a statement in regards to the comments that were picked up on the tape recording of the last council meeting by Councilman Johnston. As you may remember, I led the censure of the councilman a few weeks ago. And now, once again, I am calling for his resignation. His statements last week were frankly disrespectful to the residents of the borough, and his pathetic excuse as to why he said what he said afterwards was an obvious lie and insulting. When I decided to run for office last August, there was 2 main reasons why I wanted to run. And one of them was specifically because of my disappointment in several of my previous, both Republican and Democratic councilmen. And one of those councilmen, long before this incident happened in February, was Mr. Johnston. I was extremely disappointed in his performance up to that point, and that's why I had one of the reasons why I decided to run. It frankly makes no difference of guilt or innocence at this point. Police found both cocaine and methamphetamines in your home, 3 blocks away from my house and my teenage son. There are insinuations that you have a prior felony conviction under an alias. And some even question whether you are currently residing in the borough. You are a poor example of my fellow hardworking councilman on this dais sitting here. And that was the case prior to your arrest in February, and the same holds true now. I frankly have no patience or tolerance with the antics and attitude that I saw at last council meeting. And I call on you to resign immediately.
Okay, moving on, administrators report, Mr. Humphrey.
Let's back to business. Some business. Two items on the agenda. So one of them, we have 5 liquor licenses that are coming up. One of them I want to address, which is, and you keep correcting how I pronounce it, cyclades. I say, how do you pronounce it?
Cyclades.
Cyclades? Okay. That group.
Cyclades is the old diner liquor license. Diner.
Always good at yours, Mark. So,
Let's study history.
they are closing the deal.
They're selling it?
Do not mention out loud.
No, I'm not going
who
to,
you think
but
it's
I'm
gonna
just
be.
surprised they are selling it.
Yes.
Okay, that's good news.
I got notice today
Good news.
in the location we were hoping for.
Well, we won't say
Won't
anything
mention.
about
No, you can't say anything.
But they also, as you noticed, they did have a letter showing that they have been working towards it in fulfillment of our resolution last year. Also on the agenda is a construction records clearance ordinance. Let me explain. Last year, we did about 280 over requests. And almost 170 of them were searching for permits, open close permits, construction oriented things. And all done for free. Not only does the construction records clearance process have people, when they're selling a home, pay a fee for us to go and do that work, but it also will uncover a lot of the work that's been done in homes that were never permitted in the first place, which means we never had it inspected, which means that there's a lot of potential danger in the home, and these people got away with getting work done without paying, where other people play.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Number one, most of those open requests for construction information, are they from people selling their home associations?
I would say 2/3 are from realtors.
Wow.
Yeah. And the others were people who had an interest, but they wanted to check out like documents before they went into a process of buying.
So my second question is, how does this process unveil non-permitted work or reveal?
The form itself will say, do you still have your original hot water? No, when is the one you have installed? Do you have a pool? Do you have a hot tub? It asks these types of
Oh, I
questions.
see.
Then we go and we take a look and say, wait a minute, you haven't a hot water heater looked at in 30 years. We want to know, is this the same product? The prediction is that it would generate revenue in the area of 4,000 or 5,000 a year. For the borough, in its first 12 months. Yes, I do look at revenue, sorry. So if you have any questions.
So I'm a real estate agent and I want to search this property that's on the market for permits. So is there a difference whether it's me wanting to search my own house or a real estate agent?
To get clearance from the borough,
Mhm.
you have to do, it doesn't matter if somebody does an over request. They still have to do the CRC.
I
It's a
see, so
requirement.
they're not the same thing.
They're only the same thing that we're gonna have, since they're already going to be having to do the CRC, we're gonna see a drop in the number of over requests.
So if I want to Oprah Tony's house to just see,
Because you're nosy.
because I want to see when Tony put in his water heater,
Right.
that's an Oprah request. I don't have to do the CRC.
Correct.
So I don't get.
It's only if you're gonna, if the property's gonna exchange ownership.
that's when the fee hits.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so we're not
That
just
makes more
hitting
sense.
an average citizen in town who just wants to know whether
Correct.
they have any open appointments.
Right, we can't interfere with the Oprah process. What we're gonna do is make it less attractive. For realtors to use that avenue, since the people selling, it's the people selling the house are the ones that.
Right, so somebody like me who did my kitchen in 2018 and I put in Oprah to see if I have any outstanding permits, just, I don't know what was closed and what wasn't closed, I wouldn't get hit with that.
Correct.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Got it, okay.
And since these are people who are selling and leaving the borough, it's not really. How do I put it? It's not as impactful as the things for people who are continuing to live in.
So it's their parting gift to the
Yes,
borough?
they do like it one last goodbye.
If that's all you want
I
to
had
do,
to
you
do-
gotta pay.
You wanna do it for your own house that you just sold?
I just
Okay.
and found two items that are not permanent.
Is that how you were inspired to suggest this?
No, I helped put one of these together in my,
Okay.
and it's very successful.
And
Anyway,
who administrates this? Is it the
be
new,
the taco,
it'll be the new taco?
Yeah.
Okay.
and then a couple
Technical
things.
assistant to the construction officer. Technical assistant to the construction official.
Are we going to have a technical?
You have to have one. It's a certified position.
Alice,
So
well,
Allison currently is our part-time taco. She is
She-
retiring. So we're bringing in somebody from Phillipsburg to replace her, and we're making it a full-time position so that there's more help with all this other stuff that we're doing in the office. And she's a registrar as well. She's lovely. But we have one already. Anybody who's got a construction office, any municipality has a taco.
And while you're speaking about this, do you want to speak about what's gonna happen with the construction officer?
So we've been interviewing construction officers. There's not a lot of depth out there because so many people retired during COVID. But Mr. Klein and I have interviewed a few people. We are currently, part of the problem is that ours is a part-time position, and most of these construction officers have other jobs, right? So we identified somebody we like, but we have to see if we can get, he has to see if he can make it work in his otherwise, his schedule, because they all have other municipalities. Nobody just works for one municipality. So he is working out to see if he can make it work.
And has there been any consideration given to shared service? I mean, where we would.
So Raritan Township, we talked to Raritan Township
talked
about
to them.
giving them some coverage, and
They don't have the capacity, nor do they have the attraction to do it.
But there are other municipalities in the state.
in the county. So I think we did talk, did we talk?
Well, yeah, but I have to say the volume here is enough for us to have
A part-time.
a 25 hour a week
Yeah,
person.
so it's all about getting it to fit into anybody's schedule. So even with the shared service, they're all part-time. That's the problem. Raritan Township's person's part-time, Reddington Township, they're all part-time. So that means they're also working for other municipalities. So we gotta find somebody who can get it to fit. And that's why we don't have a lot of applications, because a lot of these people are already working multiple other positions. It's complicated and difficult, and hopefully things will work out with the person who Jeff and I liked, and I've not discussed it with council yet, because I don't know if it's gonna work with this person's schedule. They don't even
We're
know.
going to have a full-time technical assistant, then is there any chance of lowering the hours for the full-time, for the part-time office?
No, the technical assistant also works for the electrical inspector, the plumbing inspector, the fire marshal, lead paint inspections,
The clerk.
the clerk. I mean, there's like,
the registrar.
they're totally, what the construction official / zoning officer does is what that person does. The taco's got other people she's responsible for as well. So, I mean, it's like I said, it's complicated, Lois. I mean, I would love to say that, we could reduce whatever, but there's a lot of work here. I mean, the Union Hotel alone is almost a 20-hour-a-week job, let alone everything else.
But that being said, maybe we should add on, Lois, because this is also always a there's also always a concern of yours with the amount of work that these two positions produce. The fees have gone up significantly in the last year from what Marcia explained.
By law, these are supposed to be self-sustaining positions. I mean,
Right.
They're supposed to bring in enough money to cover their own salaries.
Right, so work is busier, but the fees are higher too. So that's a good thing.
All true. Anything else under your administrator's report, please?
I did. I just wanted to share with you something. I look back at the reason why I wanted to come to work at Flemington in the first place. There's a lot of good here. And I saw the potential for great. And I like working so hard because I had the chance from time to time to see each one of you become great. You didn't see it yourselves, but there are moments that made me so proud to work for you. I just want to thank you. And I have 2 words, important words of advice for you guys: shorter meetings.
You're here.
Here. Here. Okay, all right, so we're on public comment session number 1. I'm gonna limit everybody to 3 minutes, please, because it's already 9:25 and we haven't even gotten into the body of this agenda. And we have at least 1 public hearing. So if you have anything for the record, this is comment, this is not answering questions unless the board wishes to.
I have one question. Can we put on the public view meeting camera so I can see as people are commenting? Usually it's on, so I don't.
It's good. Oh.
Public view, so it's actually where the microphone is. So well,
There we go.
there you go, good.
Thank you.
Stuart, I need your name and.
My name is Lois Stewart, as everybody in this room knows, and I live in Flemington Borough, and I hope that doesn't count toward my 3 minutes. Because
Go ahead.
after being promised that we weren't gonna follow that ridiculous,
Yeah, I know, but that's when we don't have meetings starting at 9:25.
that doesn't take away my concerns, Mayor. One of them I would state right away is have the work session before the regular council meeting. So that we don't have to sit here while you're discussing all this stuff that we have no input on. So it used to be that the work session was first, and at the end of that work session, those people who came who were interested in that subject were allowed to ask questions of the people who presented at the work session. So I would say, take the work session out of the council meeting, put it back at before, and that would make the public, I'm sure, happier. The main reason I can't, and I have many questions about what transpired here tonight, like, why is the council, why is this borough having another well? I want the developers to drill for their own water. I'm tired of paying higher fees to help people make money that I don't get any part of. So I just don't understand that. I think developers, if they want to come here and we don't have the sufficient services, then they need to pony up to get them. But the main reason I came tonight was to talk about trees, because, and I asked Mike about whether this borough has an ordinance about cutting down trees, and he said he has an answer, but I don't want it because it's not part of my 3 minutes. There were 3 healthy, mature trees on Elwood Avenue cut down this week. And I want to know why we're permitting that. Our tree cover is just continually decreasing. Not only is the Elwood Avenue a concern that I don't know how it gets corrected, but the property that the Spice Factory bought that's gonna rip down that house and make a parking lot. There are healthy, mature trees on that lot. And I don't see why this council is not making some kind of statement that man-made improvements can go around trees, and you could have an island with a tree and a parking space can be over there. And you don't have to clear cut a lot in order to put parking spaces there. So I'm very concerned about trees, and I see Robin is here, and I had planned to contact Flemington Community Partnership because I would like to see them take a more active role in getting our tree cover up go up instead of down all the time. And I also wanted to say, please don't delay the HPC presentation, because the fact that that recommendation was not moved forward has already had an adverse impact on this borough. And I don't want to see any more adverse impacts because of delay and moving forward with changing the boundaries of the historic district, because it's a disgrace that what we're letting happen over there. Thank you.
So before you, you can sit down, but I just wanna, I don't know about the streets on Elwood, where were they down?
They're on the west side of Elwood.
Like where, like,
It was the great, I think it's the Gradle House, was the Gradle House, which would mean something to you. I guess it doesn't mean something.
no, it does, I just didn't, wasn't aware that it came down, I didn't hear anything, but.
Last week, or maybe it was earlier, no, it was last week.
So I don't know what the answer is on the ordinance.
The ordinance states that a large tree can be brought down for several reasons. One, if it's part of a permit provided by the planning board and for construction purposes. You're brought down if it's sick and it could cause damage to the property. It can be trimmed, but not in a manner that would be harmful to the health of the tree. So the question is, is there a responsibility to report to the borough if there is a problem with the tree or not? And that is not necessarily specified. It's specified that you have to have a tree removal permit. It doesn't specify specifically what triggers that.
So you could see if they filed a permit to take those trees down.
Who would they file a permit? I mean, I'm not familiar with.
It would have to be Jeff with the.
But doesn't that go to it's supposed to go to shade tree first? Liz, do you have any input on that?
I don't off the top of my head. I can check with Shade Tree. I do know when we first bought our home, we had to get a permit, but I think it was, I called the borough, the clerk at the time, I think it was Sally, and I did get a permit to take a tree down that was sick. But I can follow up on that further, what's going on now, who handles that.
I've taken 3 down in the last few years, but they were dead, so.
And I think there's something, at least when I applied for the permit, there was something to do with the diameter of the tree. It had to be like, if it was less than 10 inches, you could take it down without a permit, but if it was more than 10 inches, you needed the permit and authorization of the borough.
Unless they're dead, then you can like.
Perhaps, mine was not completely dead, but on its way there, so I did get a permit for that, I don't know.
You're right, it's 10 inches. And it has to go to Jeff. It's a $10 permit.
So it goes to Jeff and it's a $10 permit.
Yes.
So we should find out whether or not they filed a permit. You could.
Well, I'm asking, I guess, is it Liz Rossetti, are you the head of the?
She's a liaison to Shade Tree.
The liaison for Shade Tree.
So I'm asking the Shade Tree or whoever's responsible for trees in this community to do something about this. And then there needs to be some education so that the people of this community know that if they want to take a tree down and it meets certain things, then they have to have a permit. I'm just really upset that people can just chop down a tree because they don't like the leaves maybe that fall on their lawn or something. I don't know.
Well, I don't want to suppose why they did it, but if you can provide me the address, we'll check it out.
I'll provide you with the.
And just to address the other couple, the work sessions, I moved them to the back of the meeting, but because of the DPW and Bill Hance, this one I put in the front so that we could talk about it. And, it's kind of in conjunction with the budget and that had a lot of people coming out about it. So I thought it was an important conversation that people understand that we're trying to get this debt under control and make sure that the treasure of the taxpayers is being spent in the best possible way. So normally that work session would have been at the end of the meeting, but I got 3 DPW guys that get up and are here at like 5 o'clock in the morning. So I couldn't do that, right? So that was
You
the
could have
reason.
had that before the council meeting and open. That doesn't, it used to be a separate session.
I know, but that was 30 minutes and that conversation never, the problem with those work sessions for 30 minutes is regardless of where you were at 7 o'clock by law, we had to stop because you have a public notice for a meeting starting at 7. So for me, that just doesn't work, right? I'd rather be able to, that's why I moved to the end of the meeting, so we can have those conversations and not worry about the time. But because of the DPW guys and how early they get to this town and how early they get up in the morning, I had to do what I did by moving it up front. So, and then regarding the other well, we are actually have our engineer currently working on a firm on how much water service we have. Because there is a concern that, you know, we need to have a certain capacity for the residents that are here. And so we're making sure that we have enough water for the capacity for the people that are here. Liberty Village, they probably already have enough capacity because all of those businesses had capacity. And there was at least one resident there, one restaurant there already. Cardinal and Kativa is a different story. Spice Factory is a different story. So we're making sure.
Hotel was a different story. They didn't have 200.
But the Union Hotel was given the water capacity that was promised to Cutglass. So Cutglass project now has no water, right? They've been defunded on water and sewer. So, but we are doing a firm analysis to know exactly what kind of water we have. And if we have enough backup for the current residents, and if we have enough for these other subdivisions that may not have enough capacity. Because nobody knows that, right? Like I keep saying, everybody says, all this stuff up here is great, but unless we know what's going on down there, it may not happen. Greatness might not happen. So I'm trying to make sure that this is the most unsexy stuff, but the most important stuff about government. It's health, safety, welfare, which is all the water, and it's about the sewer, and it's about the very old infrastructure in this town. It is not sexy, it is not cool, and it doesn't get you votes, but it's gotta get done. So we're doing it. We're looking at it hard and we're doing it.
But
So
don't be raising my sewer and water rates to help these developers who come here to make money to put in their pocket and take money out.
Well,
of our
again,
pocket.
so part of the Liberty Village project, the current agreement. And he's been amenable to changing his donation, how it would work, is he is giving significant money towards infrastructure. So originally it was gonna be wells, it's infrastructure. So we'll be able to hopefully get that money from him and give it to Mr. Hans to put in those capital places and lock it in place so that when we're ready to do Main Street or whatever it is, it's there and people like, you know, bad politicians can't just take it and spend it on other stuff. So that's the whole point of the capital budget now, why we did this exercise tonight, which was more than an exercise. I mean, it took over a week to get these numbers in order and these projects in order. And I really want to thank Council Vice President for sitting through all this with me and asking questions and getting the stuff in order. But it's critically important for the future of this town that we properly fund in a proper, true priority the infrastructure projects that we need. Otherwise, we're not building anything. Right? We may have all the sewer capacity in the world with, I mean, we have the last sewer capacity left in this county, but if we don't have sewer lines that can handle it, it doesn't matter. And, you know, this town is, you know, we have water all over the place, but if we don't have those wells in place, it doesn't matter. We need to make sure our very old infrastructure keeps up with the new infrastructure that we want to build.
We also need to make sure that it's not a dialogue, is it?
What?
Is this a dialogue?
It's not, it's her, no, it is not a dialogue. So let me move on to the comments. Next, please, I just need name and address for name and town.
Thank you. Rob Lapidus, Farmington Community Partnership. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jeff. We give Jeff so much sign grant review applications to review that we take a lot of his time with that. And it's been a great process because we've gotten a lot of new signs for the business community and they really look terrific. So I look forward to, I hope there's not too much of a delay. I, for one, have to say, I really appreciate the work sessions because I kind of think what Tony was talking about rumors and, you know, understanding what's going on can be solved by having more work sessions. So I appreciate being able to understand more about what's going on. So I don't care when they are, but I, for one, think this is really valuable for everybody. And it's also recorded, so, you know, it gives us an opportunity to come back and know, because not everything that we need to know happens in a council meeting. Tony, I'm sorry about your nephew, that's very sad. And I echo the sentiment about us needing to have more generative conversations so that we don't rely on rumors. And that we can ask questions in a civil manner and, you know, everybody respect one another. So I'm really here just to give you some updates on what's happening, and that is.
Can we only get 3, because that was the rule, we're only gonna do 3,
Oh, okay.
that's the rule.
Well, I think the most important thing is to let you know that we have an incredible cultural weekend ahead, and that's called Memorial Day weekend, where we have a wonderful parade. We also have a summer book festival with thousands of books and I think 100 authors coming to talk about their own work. And you know, there are lots of towns that don't even have a bookstore or a newspaper anymore. So the fact that we have bookstores, newspapers, communications and newsletters and this incredible event is really important. We also have a fine artisans fair at Stengel. And then the following weekend, we have our historic house tours, a psychic fair produced by Within Spirit on Stengel.
Okay, that's enough.
That's
Enough. 3, no, just 3, that's it. You're not gonna go against the rule, 3, that's it.
When's the car show?
That's Saturday the 3rd. Kickoff is Saturday the 3rd. So we have 2 really big weekends coming with events, and I hope that everyone comes and appreciates them. Last, we have new plantings coming. Half of the boxwoods are being saved and replanted. The other ones, just the roots didn't make it, and they unfortunately don't have a long shelf life.
Are they being replanted like in real dirt and not in a planter?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
That's good.
we had a long-term strategy. I'm hoping that everything could be installed before the Memorial Day parade, so it looks really pretty. But again, also with construction, it's a little more complicated. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Anybody else from the public? Oh, it's hard for you to stay under 3 minutes, Robin.
It's 3 items that's really hard.
Well, that's what we're gonna do.
Now you can speak in line to give the council so they can say it. My name is Maureen Keelan, I'm from Center County, but I'm coming from Borough. And I brought something. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Is it this one?
The one on the table.
So I grew up in this picture. When I came to show you, you're correct, council member, you're correct. I'm sorry to say that, I really am. So this is Malik. This is Malik Johnson, and I just want to show you so that you can hear. When he came to my house, I came to a safe place here. Right here, the very first time, when I read in the paper that he was busted. All I did was come in here. And I expressed, you heard it. And then this happened. And I want you to know, he is a 2-time convicted felon. He has 3 names. Here's the 3 names. If you're gonna look up these 3 names, you're gonna find all kinds of horrible things. You're gonna find drugs, you're gonna find murder, and you're gonna find guns. And that came to my house. And so I'm asking you, Mayor, I need protection from him. He had the audacity, and look at the look. I want you to look at that. That's desperation. If you can't recognize it, I want you to look at the other pictures that I just handed you out. Okay, so this is what we're really dealing with. He's not of civic mind, okay? He has played us all. We have to accept that and fix this. It's not fractured, it's actually really broken. He made it on the election ballot. He made it all the way up here, and that scares me to death. So that's one. I want you to get a really good look at the desperation.
Interesting.
I want you to look at the desperation here. Do you know what that means? We had a councilwoman shot in Centerville. Do you understand what's going on with the violence? Gun violence, #1 killer. So I want you to tell me that you're gonna make him not come to my house, go near my daughter, and the women that are in those pamphlets that I just passed out to you, I want you to promise me that you're gonna protect them. So there's that. So I waited all night to say that. I want this to be exposed. This is yours to keep. And I just have a really hard time staying calm over this because he came. I have a 21-year-old daughter. Don't come near her. Ever. I'm scared of you, actually, for that reason. And I want you to have one officer so that they can have it. Please. Wait, is it 3 there? Did you all get one?
Yes,
That's it. Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else from the public?
Ma'am, one more last thing. I want to make sure this never happens again, so we need to put something, because elections are coming up. We need to put something into place that this doesn't happen again, and I don't know how to do that. But is it that word referendum? Whatever. I need one of you to pull your weight and do your job and make this go. Don't ever let this happen again, okay? I'm scared of him. I'm not scared of him physically. I'm scared he's gonna do something crazy because he's already committed murder. He was the trigger man.
Anybody else from the public? Seeing none?
There's Adrian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Fedaro?
Adrian, you still on? Not responding. Oh, there's.
All right, well, we'll have a second public session, so, okay. On the main agenda, we're doing the approval of minutes that you just sent out?
Yeah, we have 5 to 7 minutes.
I don't have the dates you didn't put. the
I got it,
dates down.
I can.
Okay, yeah, would you please? What,
On the, one of them it had March 27th, but it was, the final date was April.
yeah, it comes for a specific reason.
I don't know, you just want to double check.
Did
Make sure it
I
was-
send the wrong file?
I don't know, when you click on one of the April 10th files, it comes up. March 27th.
It's April 10th, and I'll set those aside.
Set them
I
aside.
because I want to make sure you're approving the right minute.
Yes, set them aside. So go ahead, give us the other ones.
Well, let me just ask a question. Do you know if it's a regular council or executive session?
I believe it was regular council. But let me.
I didn't think there were any duplicates. But there was, I think there was a duplicate in there, Mike. I think she's right.
Yeah, the 2 files.
I can believe it. Good luck.
That's an executive session 1. Executive session. This is the.
Yeah, the one that's dated the 24th
That's what it is.
it said March 27th.
That's gotta be wrong, because I was not here. And I see, I am here. I was not here.
Then I apologize because
And that's the executive session. It's-
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's executive session on which one?
April 24th.
It's the file date says April 24th,
That's
but
it.
the actual
Minutes
minutes say the 27th
I apologize.
of March.
So,
Okay, so just,
yes, so that will go on,
yeah, put that on, yeah, make a note. for
because I
Carla.
have the minutes and just saved it.
Make a note for Carla.
Okay, so the minutes to approve, April 10th.
Can I have a motion for April 10th regular minutes?
Tilly,
Any discussion? Roll call?
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes,
Ms. Tilly.
yes.
Okay, next.
Executive session 1 on April 10th.
Can I have a motion, please?
Tilly move.
For a second?
Long will second.
Roll call, please. Any discussion? Roll call?
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, the second executive session for April 10th.
Tilly Moon.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to change my vote on one item, or correct the minutes. For the executive session for April 10th. I was not in attendance at that executive session. It happened at 6:30, and that was the one where I was there. I was trying to get in, but I
That's
wasn't being let in.
Okay.
So it says that I was in attendance and I was not.
Right, I remember
yeah.
that, so we need to
Yeah,
correct.
So I'm so
that.
sorry. I didn't notice it till now.
Correct it as, that the first executive session, the councilwoman was absent. And that she abstained from this vote, and can I get,
Thank you.
can I get a new motion on April executive session one?
Well, we have,
What?
we can correct errors.
Oh, that's true, we can.
Yeah.
Yep, it's permitted.
Well, we have an ordinance, it says so.
And
So-
also, you don't have to necessarily be here to vote on minutes. It seems-
That's true.
it
But
seems-
I don't mind voting on it. I just want
seems
to correct. it.
illogical, but it is true.
Yeah.
Those are corrected.
I want to correct the minutes because I did try to get in, but I couldn't.
So the last one is the regular council meeting minutes for April 24th.
Tilly Moon.
Mr. Johnson seconded, roll call, please.
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, we have the consent agenda, resolution 2023-111-113, recognizing the month of June. As was being gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, intersex, and asexual Pride Month. Number 2, resolution 2023-114, authorizing the closure of certain streets for the Memorial Day Parade on May 29th. 3, resolution 2023-115, authorizing renewal of liquor license 10-00944-004-007 for Flemington Central Liquors. Number 4, resolution 2023, authorizing renewal of liquor license for the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Number 5, resolution 2023-117, authorizing renewal of liquor license by Cyclades. Number 6, resolution 2023-118, authorizing renewal of liquor license for Flemington Central Liquors. Number 7, resolution 2023-119, authorizing renewal of liquor license for Stagecoach Liquors. And number 8, resolution 2023-120, authorizing the continued participation of Flemington in the state local cooperative housing inspection program SHLIP for certain multi-family dwellings for the period of July 1st, 2023 to June 2024. Does anybody want anything taken off this consent agenda?
Now, why is can I just ask why the 120 is June 20th? Is that supposed to be June 30th? 2024
Should be June 20th, 2024.
or June 30th?
June
I
30th.
mean, June 30th, that's a typo, so that's fine, so just fix that, so. That should say period is July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. Can I have a motion to approve the consent?
Almost second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, regular agenda, we have public hearing ordinance 2023-16, repealing ordinance 2020-2 concerning section 2610, 2611, and 2641 of the municipal code of the borough of Flemington related to the mixed use multifamily overlay district. I am so sorry you people have waited all night for this. So the public hearing, can I have a motion to open to the public?
Tilly Moon.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is now open. If you have any comments, please come to the microphone, give your address, your name and your address, and go ahead.
Good evening, my name is.
Not sure that's working.
Move that one that's not working. Good evening, my name is Robin Wright. I'm an attorney. I work at 5 Main Street in Flemington for the firm of Lanza and Lanza. I represent Wirtsville Road Properties LLC, which, oh, great, thanks, which owns property in the multifamily overlay district. We think that the ordinance should be rejected and the overlay district should remain. It continues to serve the purposes for which it was adopted. Large parts of those areas in Route 12 are already developed. It's not like there's
that much empty land or vacant land. It's developed with residential properties, at least in the area where my clients have their property. Their property abuts 11 residential uses. One of those residential uses is a large condominium complex in Raritan called Clark Circle. In fact, part of my client's property extends into Raritan. Any use of my client's property would have to get approval from Raritan in addition to Flemington. And we think that multifamily is an appropriate use of that district, of that property. The ordinance gives landowners options. One of the purposes was to have complementary infill of existing developed property. That's exactly the situation that my clients have. They have an existing property surrounded by existing development. The overlay zone would allow them to have a suitable infill development. You know, the ordinance is also supposed to give options for landowners to make better use of underutilized property. That continues to be a valid purpose of the ordinance. There are properties that are not necessarily suited for commercial use in that area because they don't have enough frontage. That's the case with my client's property. The ordinance gives them the opportunity to develop this property with 18 townhomes, and they have a project where they want to develop it with 18 townhomes. We think the people who own properties, particularly the residential owners, are in favor of the kind of use that the overlay zone proposes. They don't want to see a lot of traffic in the area. They like these small residential projects. I went back and looked at the 2015 master plan to see why the ordinance was adopted initially. Again, those reasons remain valid. The borough wants to see a healthy mix of residential and commercial. Businesses are saying there's not enough density to support them. This adds an opportunity for young people to come into the area, to buy townhomes, to service Stengel, to become the Stengel factory sites, to go on Main Street, support those businesses. This area along Route 12 is walkable to Main Street and to Stengel. The zoning change, the zoning offers an opportunity to more efficiently use the land to advance borough goals of supporting the business community, concentrating commercial spaces, perhaps with enough density, reestablishing commuter rail in Flemington. We think that given the extent of existing development, it's unlikely that somebody's going to buy up a bunch of these small properties with houses and create some very large commercial development there. So we think that, you know, given the existing development, the overlay zone serves the purpose of property owners, serves the purposes of the borough. Master plan holds up Somerville, at least the 2015 one did, as a kind of a model for Flemington. Somerville is thriving, and it's thriving in part because it greenlights residential uses. We think that borough should continue to greenlight at least these small projects in the overlay zone. They're suitable, they're appropriate. Commercial uses are allowed, but sometimes are not appropriate for certain types of properties, given the extent of the development. The planning board found that the ordinance is not consistent with the master plan. The ordinance was adopted only 3 years ago, so it's very soon to be, you know, repealing it. And it was just adopted. Flemington has a lovely, well-preserved Main Street, has perhaps one of the nicest collections of historical buildings in the state. It's a beautiful Main Street. We think that allowing residential, promoting residential in this location is appropriate and will help revive Main Street and Stengel. And we don't think that limiting it to or envisioning competing uses is necessarily the best use of some of these properties. In particular, my client's property up in the northern part of the Route 12, closer to the circle, surrounded not entirely by residential uses, but largely by residential uses. We think this remains an appropriate use, appropriate zoning, and we urge the board to reject the ordinance repealing the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wright. Anybody else? Seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Chili will move.
Is there a second? Roll call, please.
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay. So before we get into discussion, I just want to clear up for the record. There was an accusation made at the planning board last week. Again, you know, to use the councilwoman's phrase about, you know, people being disrespectful or whatever, the chairman of the planning board in public called me a liar and used that word regarding how this ordinance happened. So the subcommittee of the master plan working on these ordinances, and this is absolutely one of the reasons why I discussed HPC tonight, has spent at least, I think it's been 4 meetings at least maybe 6 to 8 hours total of Beth and her other planner Brett's time, borough money, developing an ordinance following the master plan and then some for this western side of Route 12 to put in an ordinance that would allow for all the stuff that all of you and me and everybody else in this town talks about wanting: entertainment, research facilities, physical fitness facilities, restaurants. Beth, fill me in, you know, add in the other stuff, all this big incubators, medical facilities, research facilities, educational facilities, and you know, and then this town for years ago put on this overlay that stays on regardless of whether or not the planning board approves this ordinance. So we can put in an ordinance at great time and expense, saying we want this great stuff to come to this town someday, not tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, but someday, because if you don't zone it for it, you're never getting it. But as long as this overlay exists, we're not going to get it, because the overlay has to be taken away as a separate ordinance. So Beth and I attended a meeting. And after that meeting was over regarding Route 12 properties. And Beth, you can absolutely please correct the record if I am lying about this conversation, because you and I were the only 2 people present. For anybody to call me a liar who wasn't there, and in fact was a chicken to call me a liar, excusing me from the meeting and you not being there. So the conversation went, Marcia, if this is the vision to have all this great stuff on Route 12, you got to get rid of the overlay. And I said, how do I do that? I don't even know how to do that. Because I thought the overlay was gone with a new ordinance, as did another member of the subcommittee who brought it up when I brought this up later. And you said, get Chris Corsini to write a rescission ordinance and talk to the council. Is that a misrepresentation of what happened, Beth?
No, I don't think that's a misrepresentation. We talked about the vision that you had for Route 12. The vision did not include residential development. The natural response then is the item, the land use that is not part of the vision should not be permitted in the district. And what that means specifically here is rescission of the overlay to prohibit the use which the council may find troublesome, residential development, in order to better incentivize the non-residential development.
And I spoke to most of the council and we talked about the walkability and the danger of crossing Route 12 and putting in and expecting and encouraging people to walk across and go and hang out at the brewery or whatever, and then encourage them to walk back across the street. This is not a walkable place in any way, unless we put up another traffic light, and it's a state highway, so we don't have that authority. So, you know, if the council wants to turn this down, the only thing I'm going to say about that is we shouldn't be wasting money on the planning board writing these ordinances, because nobody's going to build anything as long as there is housing there. Beth, correct me if I'm wrong about that. As long as there's a housing overlay.
Right now, multifamily housing is a very profitable use. You see, some of the most common uses that we see being developed around the state are multifamily housing and warehousing. Warehousing is really not applicable in this area, just the nature of the lots.
Well, that's not in the new ordinance.
I know, I just want to make sure my comments are
Right.
not misunderstood.
So either we save land, we zone it the way we have that vision now and hope that that vision happens in the next 1 to 10 years. And it's gonna have to come out of the master plan too at some point. Or we don't bother and we stop wasting money on the planning board writing ordinances that can't have, I mean, like, this would be a total complete waste of money that we just spent writing a new ordinance with a vision of the entertainment and the stuff that we're looking for jobs, for economy, for things to do, for families, for students, for whoever. You're here, Beth is here to answer the council questions in this discussion. So that's my statement about how this happened, why it happened, and there's the vision. So I'm opening this up for discussion.
All right.
Anybody who wants to.
So I'm gonna come at this little sideways as I've been thinking this through the past couple of days. So I think as a council, I really strive to make sure that we have good relations with our boards, committees, departments, DPW, police department. I think it's important that we have a good relationship. So, we did receive a letter from the planning board attorney outlining why this over, getting rid of this overlay would be not
Which is inconsistent with the master, yeah, it's inconsistent with it, just
So-
as the cannabis ordinance was,
Right.
inconsistent with it.
So I think, we gotta make some choices here, and I think, so in 2020, I voted for this overlay, I did. And I was confident that it was the right thing to do, and so I wanna be able to, again, vote on something and feel, okay, I'm good with it. I never vote if I'm not sure, or if I I don't know, this might not be a good idea. So I'm curious, as far as, I have the council history on this. I remember talking about it, I was voting on it. I remember what the idea of is. I remember all the cool stuff that was overlaid in it, and residential was part of that. But I just I feel like I need more facts. I mean, I heard the public comment here from the attorney. I heard the mayor, obviously Beth is here, but I think I'm curious to know, like, just for the public, what exactly, when we put the overlay down in 2020, what was the change? Also, my other question is, do we simply just toss this thing, or do we tinker with it? Is that something that can be done? I'm curious to know what you think. I'm curious to know what the planning board liaison thinks on this one.
So there are a couple different items in there. One of the things that this ordinance did was it created an overlay on properties that were zoned for your transition commercial and your highway commercial districts, and it incorporated a number of new uses. So it's called the mixed use multifamily overlay, and as true to its name, it permits, although does not require, but permits a variety of uses, including certainly townhouses, multifamily housing, but also uses such as restaurants, retail, offices, theaters, galleries, medical offices, outdoor recreation, and combination of uses. So truly a mix of uses, although it permitted single use, doesn't require mixed use. So that's what it did. It was intended to implement some recommendations set forth in the 2015 master plan for bringing new development, including housing, to this area. The change before the council this evening is to simply revoke the overlay zoning, and so the underlying zoning, if it were adopted today, would go back to the underlying TC and HR district. I have to remind folks that we're also in the middle through the planning board of evaluating this area as well. So and potentially revising the zone district boundaries, as well as the permitted uses in that area, just so folks understand the full context that this ordinance exists within. the council, or excuse me, the ordinance before you this evening just simply revokes the overlay. If the council were inclined to address those through changes to the overlay, that's an option. It's admittedly, it's a different ordinance than what we're talking about this evening. But just in terms of full options, you have the ability to revoke the overlay, keep the overlay, tweak or change the overlay, or incorporate some of the ideas into a revised zoning scheme without an overlay ordinance. So there are, for better or worse, and I don't want to confuse the public hearing, but there are a variety of options to your question.
So originally, when this was brought to the council, I know it was very controversial. This was not a
2020.
unanimous, yes, it was not a unanimous vote. It was 4-2. And the two people who voted against it were, because this was supposed to be quote mixed use, that this is, it can be 100% housing. And they voted against it because they wanted to see it as a mixed use, where housing was an ancillary use to, like, if you built a school, you could have a dorm. You built a research facility, you could have some apartments for, you know, interns or whatever, but that's not what ended up happening. So it's now can be 100% housing. And that's what I was told by one of the two people who voted against this.
I don't have the voting history on it, but your description of the ordinance that somebody could come in and build just housing or perhaps just office or just some of these other uses, that is accurate statement.
Well. So I'm trying to, there's two things I would love to accomplish. I would love to accomplish one. Saying to the planning board, yes, we understand, you know, what you're saying to us. And two, maybe there is a way to tweak it, and I don't know if that requires tabling this. I don't know how that works.
See, I don't know that I'm comfortable doing either one yet. I don't have enough. Again, it's all about history. This happened in what, 2020? Okay, so. You know, again, just. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing and saying the right thing, but I don't have that. Like, is there somewhere that we can get, like, what the overlay looked like, why it was brought up? What's the difference between that and the mixed use?
If the
Because
council,
that's, you know, at the end of the day, that's kind of where you need to be.
that's information that could be provided to the council if you guys would like to request it of me. I will say that if you, just for folks that might be interested, it is contained, you can find it on the borough zoning map in the 2022 master plan that was just recently adopted towards the end of the land use element is a zoning map, just for quick reference. But I'm happy to provide additional information if that's the council's direction.
I just feel like.
Yeah, I think I would like to have that. I would say yes.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem going back to the original intention, which is a true mixed use and having somebody build something that allows some housing with it. My problem is the idea that this is all gonna be more residential housing and we're never gonna get the other stuff. You know, we're not gonna get the indoor sports facilities, we're not gonna get, you know, and Mark Salek represented to us at that meeting, Beth, as you know, that there was a lot of interest in the warehouse for indoor sports. And then when this overlay happened, it stopped.
I do recall him saying that, and I think it is noteworthy that since the ordinance has been in place, the two development applications two developments that have either progressed to the application phase or had progressed, I don't think it's active anymore, to discussion phase with the subcommittee were both for residential development because of the uses that were adopted as part of that overlay zone. I think that suggests and supports the sort of the common wisdom, which is residential development, particularly multifamily, but also townhouses, is a very desirable use these days.
Right, so we're sitting here at the planning board in the subcommittee writing this ordinance for everything but residential. And, you know, so if we leave this, then we just wasted all that money because there's just no point. And that's why Again, why I brought up the whole HPC thing is that we should be originating things here to see what the policy is here before we move down there. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I asked. Finish your sentence, finish your thought.
No,
I didn't mean to.
no, that was basically the end of my thought
Okay,
for now.
all right, so, yeah. I just wanna, I know you hate talking about history, but I just wanna explain, maybe help to explain more in layman's terms, no offense, Beth. For those, because there was some question as to exactly what this is, so this is maybe for the public versus, the council and my fellow council members. The master plan, that's one level. The underlying zoning, that's the second level. And the overlay is that third level. So just so everybody understands these terms we're talking about. So let's start there. Marcia and I both sit on that subcommittee, and you know, and ironically, both of us were not at the last meeting. And for the record, somebody did ask me, why did he say she lied? And for the record, I corrected this person who asked me, one constituent. I think that the term lie was not accurate. I think you asked Beth a question professionally at the end of your, you know, whatever meeting you had.
Actually, no, I did not ask her a question. She said to me, if you want this vision, then this overlay's gotta go. And I was confused because. So-
Please, like, I wasn't at this conversation.
Right,
so-
Beth and I were, and she could stop me if that was incorrect.
Okay. If there was a discussion or question or however it was worded about what are the consequences of this? Like, if we want this, what do we do? And I think that was the question you asked and the professional answer she gave, but the lead up to it was, you know, if we don't want housing, then what do we do? So it was more of an if then kind of conversation. I'm not saying question. That being said, neither here nor there, I just want to go on record that I don't necessarily think the word lie was accurate. But I think when you're in a discussion where you're, you know, kind of when you're talking about you know, a theoretical, what would happen if that kind of back and forth takes place. So perhaps there was a misunderstanding of you know, in different interpretation of a conversation, but I don't necessarily think that you lied. Okay, so going on the record there, okay? The master plan, it's not the mayor that establishes planning theory for the town. It's not the planning board that does. It's not the council that does. It's actually this mysterious document called the master plan. It's the guide, a flexible and editable document at all times. But that's the planning theory that and you're shaking your head. That's what establishes the planning theory of the town, where we want to go. Okay, so let's just start there. The overlay, the underlying zoning was what we had been charged as a subcommittee to review. The master plan update recommended that the planning board, that the council consider certain changes to the ordinances. That the master plan doesn't change the ordinances, the council does. So the planning board through the master plan says, hey, would you consider these changes? Okay. The subcommittee was created to organize those thoughts and send them up to the council. There are 4 members of the committee plus Beth, and 2 of us understood that if we decide to go changing the underlying zoning of this area, that overlay still exists. So we actually had a really productive, and we were all excited when we walked away from those initial meetings. I think you even mentioned it in a meeting where we said, yeah, we got a lot done. but two of us knew that overlay sat there still. So I understand, and I think Marcia, you just even admitted, I don't think maybe those two members even realized that overlay stays even when you change the underlying zoning. So does everybody kind of understand that at this point? There's the overlay, the zoning, and the master plan. One informs the other. It's kind of like a peanut butter sandwich, right? All right, so they're for lack of a better analogy. So do I think personally that this overlay could be improved? Yeah, I mean, the whole title of it is called mixed use overlay. I think, and I cannot speak for the president of the chairman of the planning board, but I think the concern is, as the planning board, we want to do our due diligence and and give you guys the best information we can. When this was put onto the council agenda, a lot of us were confused, like, why is this being put on now? Aren't you guys reviewing that area in the subcommittee? The answer is yes. And I think at one point I even said to you off the record, like not at a meeting, formal meeting, you know, we might want to consider incorporating this overlay into the base changes to the zone that we're considering in subcommittee. And I honestly don't remember your exact response, but you were definitely not thrilled with that idea, for lack of.
Because we never discussed it, Susan.
Right, but that's the point, is I don't think I realized and that you and Dennis didn't understand that the overlay doesn't go away. But then after you did, and this was in all of a sudden on our agenda here, it was another way to kind of get that job done of taking that overlay away. And I think the planning board felt, I can't speak for everybody, but I think it feels a little kind of usurping, going around the process to get what you want to anyway. It's, you know, get it away. The planning board spoke very clearly, by the way, I don't know if you guys read the actual letter from the planning board that was sent, not the email overlay that the chairman sent. You read the letter, and it states three clear things as to why the overlay currently, because this overlay was recommended during Phil's term, and it was 2015. 2010, even, thank you, even further back.
Right, is that correct? 10, I think.
I know it was in
I'm not sure it
15.
was in the 2010, it may have been, but I know it was addressed in 2015.
Yeah, so it's sometime between 10 and 15, it was actually, the idea actually was raised in one of the iterations of the master plan. It was updated 3 times during those 5 years, so. So I think what I really beg you guys is to let the planning board do their job. The subcommittee, because there's 2 and 2 that are kind of, hey, I don't know about this. We as a subcommittee members, I feel that we have the responsibility to bring this to the rest of the planning board when we discuss it at our meetings, say, hey, you know, we as a subcommittee are locked on this. What do you as a group want to do? I do feel that the overlay should be tweaked. But I don't necessarily feel that it's necessary to swipe it away without recognizing the rest of our fellow board members. Because I think, except for the fact that this came on our agenda and they were forced to discuss it, you know, kind of suddenly at the last meeting, they haven't had a chance to chime in yet.
Can I just say something real
Yeah.
quick? Be that as it may, to say someone is a liar on
apologize for
record, is just, this is what I'm
Yeah.
talking about, the nonsense. That was just, I would expect more from that person professionally. And if they can't be professional, then they should not be in that. They should call anybody a liar. It's just inexcusable. What you
I'm
explained
really trying to- Thank you.
made perfectly good sense.
Mhm.
And that could have been resolved by just saying, hey, before you put that on,
Mhm.
can we just ask you to roll that back and let's discuss it first?
Well, we did.
But wait,
But
wait, why is this different than the cannabis ordinance that you wanted also to get changed? And the planning board also said, oh, no, it's consistent with it, and you and I were the only 2 no votes on that, and we didn't give them a chance to weigh in on changing the cannabis zones
But
because certain people wanted cannabis out of residential zones and felt blindsided. But we didn't do it with that, and we also didn't do it last year before I got on and you got on, when the Cardinal RDA came up and the planning board outlined 3 inconsistencies on that, but nobody addressed those inconsistencies, but here we are talking about
the
this.
difference with this one.
Yeah, why?
The subcommittee is active. You and I and Beth met.
The subcommittee finished this ordinance last week and nobody brought up, why
No,
don't we
no, no, no,
address,
no.
why don't we address this density thing?
No. We went for the last 4 weeks. Remember, we even said, what about the elephant in the room? We went through the
I
whole
brought up the
process.
elephant in the room.
Yeah. And then after one of the meetings privately, you and I, we talked about, and I said, why can't we incorporate this into
That
the,
was way
under-
before that last meeting.
before last meeting, but
Way before. It was
between the first meeting when we discussed the underlying zoning and the last Thursday, when you and I discussed, when I said, why can't we consider incorporating this in some way, shape or form? You said there's to be no housing on that
I
zoning.
didn't say no housing, I said this allows all housing on this zone.
And
That's
that's
the
where
problem.
I agree with you that we can tweak this, but I just think that it's not being respectful to our fellow planning board members.
But we
that
were respectful
don't-
to our fellow planning board members on the cannabis ordinance,
But
or
we're not-
on the.
In those 2 cases, there wasn't an active subcommittee that you and I were aware of that was working on this at the.
There was with Cardinal, you were on that active subcommittee, along with Councilwoman Hand and the mayor. And yet, that was, all those inconsistencies were just blown through.
You know, they weren't blown through.
They were never discussed at this council.
I-
Not once was it addressed, nor did they answer the.
Those are areas in need of
It doesn't
redevelopment.
matter.
The has no say on those. We're voting on what this council has put in the redevelopment area. I really don't want to get into what Tony says. What about the history? Let's.
I want the
let's keep-
consistencies and.
I am
the
being
politics out of this.
I am not bringing politics in. I have not discussed politics at all, unlike a few other council
I'm not
members
talking-
on this committee tonight have referred to things that other administrations have done. I have not done that tonight. And respecting my fellow council member here, we need to focus on this and not on other stuff. This particular issue, like I said, I am really intent on improving this overlay and making it the best it can be. But to swipe it aside and erase it when every single one of the planning board members at the last meeting voted that this idea of wiping this away was
It is
inconsistent with the master.
inconsistent. I agree, it's
Except
inconsistent
for
with the master
one
plan.
person on, we need to listen to that as a council. One of the reasons why I ran for office is I wanted the council to be talking and listening more to the planning board because we don't get a say in things like areas of
Susan,
redevelopment.
I completely agree it's inconsistent with the master plan, but the master plan is not the council, and it is the council that sets policy, not the planning board.
The planning board
So
owns
the
the master
council,
plan. That
the
is
council
in the.
needs to make a decision as to how they want to move forward. My suggestion is the council votes to remove the overlay, and then the planning board subcommittee discusses putting back in some sort of percentage that could be part of applications in the current ordinance that has just gone to the planning board without discussing any housing into it. You want to put some percentage of housing into that? I'm okay with that.
I agree with everything except for forcing this council to make that decision now.
Forcing, I'm asking them to
You're
make a
asking,
decision now to remove
I
the overlay.
agree with everything
Make
you
it
said,
clean,
except asking
And
them
let
to
the,
do this.
and then let the planning board subcommittee do what you're suggesting, which is then revisit that back, which is already gone to the planning board without discussion of housing. Because my recollection of that subcommittee meeting, when this all came up as the 800-pound gorilla, was Dennis's shock that he thought this was coming out. And at that point, Todd even saying, well, then we have to revise the master plan to make it all consistent if we're not gonna have housing there. Sounded to me like there was a consensus to not have housing in that area.
That wasn't a
Uh,
consensus, he was explaining what the
That, and
process
that's
would have
fine,
to
but
be.
it sounded like consensus to me. And you did not opine that you would like to see it tweaked further. Nobody opined that they wanted to see it tweaked further. So if that's what you want, then I suggest the council vote to remove the overlay tonight. And then bring it back to the subcommittee and tweak the current version of Route 12's zone. To have all the fabulous stuff and allow some percentage to be housing as a complement to the retail, the commercial, the light industrial, whatever is gonna be allowed there. That's what I suggest. I think it's cleaner, it doesn't complicate things, and it doesn't delay, making sure that this becomes what we want, because otherwise, like I said, we're wasting money and time with Beth and Brett and Kara ultimately writing the ordinance to this council and Chris Corsini reviewing it, just end up in housing anyway, and not ending up with any entertainment or anything else. And I really wish Beth would weigh in. Beth, if you think I'm wrong, please.
Can I ask the
say
question
so.
before you do that? I'm sorry. Susan, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you proposing that it's not scrap, but it is modified? That's what I thought. I
But
heard
not
you
up
say.
here, not here.
Right,
No, I know,
I'm
but that's what
proposing
I'm
that
asking.
we table this and allow the planning board to do its job.
Okay, but I don't
And
understand what
then
its job is.
it-
That's what I'm asking.
Our job would be to consider tweaking, incorporating, whatever terminology you want to use. Reviewing not even tweaking or incorporating, just reviewing the merits of this overlay in general before this council votes on removing it. Let the planning board discuss it as a group and discuss it on its merits. Decide and make recommendations to this board, whether to this council, whether we would recommend as a council to revise it, scrap it, incorporate it into the underlining zoning. Let us do our
Let
job.
me remind everybody also that the former mayor brought this to the council and generated it here. It did not come from the planning board. And then when all of you voted 4-2 for it and went back to the planning board, there was no discussion about tweaking it then and looking at it and doing our job. You allowed her to bring it here and originate it here. They had the opportunity to tweak it and discuss it and say, yeah, no, we really don't like this. We really want it to be complimentary. We don't want it to be full housing. But now we're gonna bring it back there. Like I said, it would be cleaner to revoke and rescind the housing overlay and then let the subcommittee add some sort of percentage and revisit this housing element in some fashion back over in the subcommittee but that didn't originate that way in the first place, and the planning board didn't discuss the merit then.
And the whole point of bringing where it originated is actually something that we should discuss. The fact that, just like you sit on the planning board, he was sitting on the planning board at the time. And the fact that was, there over the years that I've served on planning board for, the last 15, different mayors have picked up on different ideas that we put into the master plan and bring them up to council. Whether it originates here or there doesn't necessarily matter, but I do appreciate that any mayor look at what's in the master plan and consider, encouraging the council to bring it up. When in all the years that I've been involved in master plan updates since 2000, the first one I was involved with was 2010. Look, we're really busy. We don't have a lot of time up here on council to create these ordinances and send them back down and send them back up. It just, there's not a lot of time in the day. Look how much, it's already the end of May at this point. So the fact that we were supported by you to create this subcommittee and get all these ideas for the master plan to be brought up here, I was really grateful for that. But just like how Phil saw a need for the brewery and asked us to, take a look at that, and then we sent it up. It doesn't matter where it comes from necessarily. we just don't wanna be, we meaning the planning board, I think members don't wanna be usurped in the process and appreciate that you would consider their opinions of it before you guys voted on it. I think I'm done.
So
I don't
what do you have to
think I
say?
have anything else to
What do
say.
you have to say?
Well, there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, leave the dirty laundry in the case.
Okay, good. So I think what I'm hearing from council members is that I'm not sure where folks stand on revoking the ordinance. That'll have to be further discussion, but I do hear at least a couple folks talking about whether or not there's interest in taking the ideas in the overlay and either amending the overlay or incorporating some of those ideas into the underlying zoning. That's something that can be easily accomplished, for at least procedurally. The council could simply ask the planning board subcommittee to incorporate that into their ongoing subcommittee work, or the council could tackle that themselves. I'll defer to all of you on the process that you'd like to take, but it seems like that's a potential path forward to think about. It's one question whether or not you want to simply get rid of the overlay, and perhaps the second question is whether or not you want to incorporate some of those ideas into the zoning in that area, perhaps in another mechanism. Are there any questions though that I can answer?
We've been working for 5 months on one ordinance alone. We started in early February on this zone, which we took on as the easiest one because everybody agreed on the vision. Everybody agreed on the vision. Entertainment, complex, research, right? We all agreed. So we saw it as the easiest one, right? So it took 5 months to get us here where it's now been sent to the planning board for review without any housing in it, right?
Correct.
And that's why I suggest getting rid of that overlay tonight, would make it clean. And because I don't know how many more months it's gonna take for the subcommittee to figure out what they want to recommend to the planning board, and then what they're ultimately gonna send here. Again, here is policy, your vision, you guys ran on the vision. You're the ones who go door to door and hear people say what they said about where there is no stuff for their kids to do, right? You're the ones that hear it, so, or whatever, so. I just personally, Beth, and you can tell me I'm wrong, and you know, I just want the truth. I really do. I want the truth. Counter to being called a liar, I want the truth. I never lie. And so you can feel free. I will never hold it against you if you disagree that is, I mean, if you don't think that's the cleanest way is to just get rid of the overlay tonight and bring it back and work for the next 3 months on something else that we don't even know if the council's gonna like that, because this sets policy.
So if the vision for this area of Route 12 is not residential development, and I don't mean mixed use with residential, but if your vision is not residential developments on some portions of this overlay, meaning on some or multiple lots in this overlay area, then the overlay ordinance should be revoked. That is how to implement that vision. If it's not residential development, then the residential development should not be permitted, full stop. And that is the nature of zoning. Zoning sends a message to the property owners and obviously facilitates development in certain ways. And if that certain way is not consistent with what you folks think is appropriate in that area, then the overlay ordinance doesn't make sense. It doesn't serve your purpose or your vision for that area.
So I have a question, if I can chime in, sorry. So the overlay, does it not permit these like fabulous things that we want to go do, or it's just saying that it allows it to not be that as well?
So the overlay zone does permit a variety of the uses that we've talked about. It permits things like retail, restaurants, theaters, higher education. So it does permit a lot of these favorable uses in the area, but I think the issue is that it also permits multifamily housing and townhouses as a principal and as an only use. It doesn't need to be an only use, but it certainly can be.
Okay, and then I guess I've been listening diligently, but I still don't quite understand the history, like why it was put in the first place. Is that because what was wanted there in the first place was never coming to fruition anyway? Was it to open up opportunities to get it made into something else because nothing was coming our way?
So my question piggybacks on Liz's, because if I remember correctly, was this brought to the overlay was brought to council because there was a project in the WBM building where all I remember is the green roof? Is that because that project was proposed with the housing and the green roof, that we needed this overlay for that project to come to fruition,
So
which
the-
never did?
The overlay zoning was, or the zoning idea was set forth in the master plan. I don't know, and it wasn't me that drafted that ordinance. So I don't quite know which came first, but they came in quick successions. The ordinance was adopted or there was interest in that property, but I don't know whether there was interest in the property and that prompted the ordinance or the ordinance prompted the interest. I think they occurred in very close time period.
If I may, I believe the reason why it was in close time period is like, we're getting interest in this area. Maybe we should consider thinking about what to do here, if this is something we would consider. And because we were revising the master plan at the time, we're like, okay, we're getting inquiries about this. We're getting inquiries about this use. Do we want to consider this as a possible use? And one of the easiest ways for the planning board to consider a possible use instead of redoing the entire master plan is saying an overlay works. So that was, I think that's why it was in quick succession, is we were getting interest in it. I know that I actually spoke to Mark Salick because of your the issue that you had brought up to me, Marcia. When I spoke to you about this one-on-one, one of the things I said to Mark is, was there really, so no interest in that? And he said, well, yeah, the interest went down, but that was also 2020. So there was, I think we need to take that particular comment with a grain of salt, because at least when I spoke to him, it was admitted that, yeah, the markets were great, when nobody knew what was gonna happen. I think that, look, the planning board tries to, you can't predict what the trends are gonna be, but you can pivot and adjust to them. I think that this overlay would be better served as with some minimum requirements for mixed use, because I mean, if you listen to what Beth said, the overlay included all these other cool things that we really wanted in this zone to begin with, which is why the subcommittee was incorporated all that stuff into that underlying zone now. So we wanted that stuff too. I think what our mistake was, and I'll, because we can't predict the future, I think one of the things the planning board probably did wrong was when we drafted the overlay, we didn't put any type of percentages on, well, we want a maximum of this, or we want a minimum of this. There are many small parcels in that area, some of which have better access to the highway than others. I personally feel very comfortable and have done it many times walking across that area. I think it's really, really important wherever, now Liberty Village is in the works, but remember, this is 2015, Liberty Village wasn't in the works then, right? There was no area needed redevelopment then. So we're looking at, as a planning board and as a master plan committee, we were looking at Stengel is starting to grow and get stronger. The connection that circle was redone to make it more pedestrian friendly, so that access down Main Street, which I walk all the time. I drop off my car at Joe's and I walk across the street to the Planet Fitness and to Staples. I mean, I use that all the time when I drop off my car. I'm using those pedestrian crossings, and I know other people do too because I see them there. So I think we need to consider, look, is there a benefit to some housing there? Yeah. Is there a benefit to it being 100% housing there? No, I don't think so. I think we can definitely improve this. But I think that you need to listen to what the overlay had in it, because that's really talking to what our intentions were. we need to tweak it. I
But
really
that's all
do.
now in the new zone, all that good stuff.
Except for the housing, except for the
Right,
housing. And I
so-
think that's where, I think that's where the two subcommittee members, and the 2 and 2, where you guys didn't realize that, oh, that whole, one of the reasons why we didn't talk about housing when we were going through all those cool, hey, what could this be? Was specifically because two of us understood the overlay already sat there, so we didn't need to discuss it. It was like, okay, it already lives there. But we didn't realize that you guys, so we got through like 4 weeks of process and we didn't realize that you guys didn't understand.
So then I think, but we're at this point now where the council needs to make a decision on, do they want to wait months while the subcommittee argues and figures it out and then sends it to the planning board, which may or may not agree, and then send something here, which again, the council may not agree to. Or do they rescind the ordinance, the overlay tonight, it's gone, and then the subcommittee works on putting something back in, and maybe that'll give them the impetus to work a little faster.
I think we've been
versus-
working pretty well, actually, and I think probably we're one of the more efficient subcommittees.
We're doing meetings every 3 to 4 weeks, and we finally finished that ordinance, we finished the ordinance, and it took us from the beginning of February until last week. So,
Right, but we're rocking and rolling on the others too now. I think that first one, because we thought it was gonna be easier, we got to know each other and got to know our
right,
kind of.
right, but if it's not finished because we want to look at it again,
We know exactly what we need to address in it. It's not like we're gonna rehack the whole thing.
but that's not true, Susan, because
I'm sorry, Susan, can I ask you a question? though?
Yeah.
How long do you think it'll take for this to come back to council?
I mean, if
Do you
we
want-
set
I
policy, honestly, if we set policy, can't we just ask, planning board, hey, let's get this done lickety split.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's gonna be Jeremy.
If
So
we
I
said-
want an answer from Susan, when do you think?
Okay,
it'll come back?
all right, I mean, Beth was just I was just about to answer, so I don't wanna step on her toes. Honestly, I think we can actually fix, because we've already done 90%.
I'm not asking you all that, I just wanna know when
I'm
it's coming
thinking
back
it
to
through.
council.
Thinking it through. You have to, and you'll have to help me with the timeline, please. I think we can fix this, we can update the TC zone, underlying zone in one subcommittee meeting. I really do. I think we could take that overlay, mush it around and incorporate that in one subcommittee meeting. From that subcommittee meeting, you go to the planning board, right? And then we discuss it there. Any changes we want, do we send it then back up to the council? So we're talking one subcommittee meeting, one planning board meeting, and one council meeting.
But here's the thing, you don't know that because you don't know what the council's gonna agree to. So, and you don't know what Dennis and I are gonna agree to, and you and Todd are gonna agree to. Whether it's 25% or 30% or 50%, or if it's this percent with these kinds of uses.
No, I don't, but I have faith in us that we've negotiated well so far that we can do this. I have faith in us that we can do this. We have enough in common that we can do this, Martha. It's not all or nothing. It's not.
So what's the difference if we go through with approve the ordinance and get rid of the overlay, or if we don't?
So.
I can't say that because that's related to an active planning, to an active application. I can't answer that.
So now this is we have an active application, we can't talk about it now?
We're gonna have
I can't answer that specific question.
So if you rescind the ordinance, that means that no new develop until there's let's assume for the moment that the final decision is that some portion of residential housing will be incorporated into that area, just for the sake of discussion. If the ordinance is rescinded tonight, that means that any new application for residential development would be prohibited, and they would require use variance approval. So they have to go through the borough's Board of Adjustment process. If the ordinance is rescinded, any existing applications in that area that had already been filed would be determined through our council and potentially through other professionals as well, the planning board, to determine whether or not they could continue to utilize that zoning. That's a question that must be determined on site or application specific information. And I'm going to defer to legal counsel and also not address an ongoing application in this meeting. But, so there's an open question about existing applications. Any new applications would be prohibited. They would have to seek use variance approval. And then if and when the council amended the ordinance to incorporate some residential housing, that would just simply, any new application would be obligated to follow that new zoning or obviously seek variance relief from it.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question, sorry to drag this out more, but so if, let's say someone, I know you can't discuss active applications, but hypothetical, right? If someone came through and said they wanted to put 100% out housing in that area right now, the planning board could just say no or not. Like if the planning board is already on the same page that they don't want 100% housing anyway, I feel like I'm overstepping people who know a lot more about this than me.
So the planning board is obligated to follow the ordinance regardless of personal thoughts. So if I'm not quite sure if the ordinance is rescinded and the application goes to the planning board, they would review it for residential development. They would review it against their zoning board, their use variance parameters, and the board would have to judge the merits of that application. If the ordinance stays in place tonight and a new application comes in tomorrow, it would be deemed permitted and that the planning board would be obligated to approve the application if it met all the zoning requirements and obviously if there are no health and safety concerns.
Okay.
Does that help? Does that answer your question?
That does, yeah. I still kind of, just in general, feel like there's a lot of parts here and a lot of people who have been obviously trying to come to a consensus on this for a long time that I don't feel clued in enough to really override personally, but that's all I've got to say.
I don't know where we are on this, and I don't know if I asked for a motion in a second before that discussion. I don't remember. Because it was so long ago.
I don't think there was a motion second.
Okay.
No, because the next
Close
motion,
public comment.
yeah, you're in the public comment section. You went through open public comment section.
I closed it.
Closed it, and then this is your discussion.
So I never asked for a motion in a second before the discussion. That was better my form. Okay. All right, well, so we need to figure this out before, I don't want to even ask for a motion until I know where everybody stands on this. Council President?
This pathway. As far as. If, let's say, it's tabled, between it tabled and the next time we see this, could the subcommittee and planning board be working on that tweaking?
Sure, absolutely. There's no reason I can't take whatever direction the council gives me tonight and bring that back to the planning board. You know, the subcommittee is a planning board subcommittee, so I have to acknowledge that, and the direction from that subcommittee comes from the planning board, but if the council gave direction, I have no reason to believe that the subcommittee would not consider that in their discussions.
So I just want to kind of try to put all this together.
I agree.
So if hypothetically tabled, in the meantime, take into consideration the talk of percentages, allow that to be the focus. It comes back. And then whatever.
But the only thing I would add, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, Jeremy, the question is when does it come back? Does it come back next council meeting? Does it come back 6 months from now? Does it come back after the new
I
year?
think we might have to ask Kara that, and it's not that, I don't know if, Beth, can you answer that?
I think the process would be the council gives direction, subcommittee discusses it at their next meeting, which will be in the next week or so. Let's say the discussion is, I would say, medium difficulty. Meaning I propose ideas to the subcommittee, they say, I'd like to select option B. But they want to see it before the ordinance is, the draft parameters are finalized. So there's a second subcommittee meeting. At that point, it goes to the planning board. The full ordinance package goes to the planning board. Planning board reviews it. If they're comfortable with it, then it's formally sent to the council for all of you to review and for us to essentially conduct this process where you introduce it. The ordinances actually have to go back to the planning board for statutory reasons. They would review it, then it comes back to all of you for a public hearing. I think that's going to take a minimum of a month to come back to you because it's going to be dependent.
6 months, weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be dependent on meetings
And people's
Right,
availability.
we only have one meeting in July scheduled and one in August scheduled. So then the downside is if we don't rescind this thing tonight, that in the next month, if somebody files an application, we're not getting the vision.
That's correct. It presumably it's for residential, yes.
But this has been in place for how long again?
Couple years, right before COVID or during COVID,
Okay, so I
right
mean,
before you got elected.
But it was identified as a goal in 2015 master. It just wasn't formalized till 2020's council.
Right, but I think, you know, back then there was visions that there was gonna be.
It happens all the time. That's not-
But there's, you know,
that's not
there was
unusual.
thoughts that the Agway site might be entertainment. There was thoughts that there was gonna be other entertainment areas in the town. Those are all now housing. They're all now housing, all those places where there was talk about other stuff. Liberty Village was still very active. It was a still mostly full complex, not looking to become housing. We don't even talk about turntable. So I think that was a different time 8 years ago. This town looked different. As far as Liberty Village and the thoughts about Agway and whatever. So to me, like I said, it's cleanest to revoke this thing tonight, let the planning board take as long as they want. And come back with a recommendation on percentages, because I don't even know if you guys are gonna agree. If they say they want 50-50, I don't know if you guys are gonna agree if that's too much housing or whatever. I mean, you don't know, because you're still throwing it at them rather than setting the policy yourselves and saying, we're not gonna tolerate more than 25%. In which case, we can table it for 2 weeks and we can change the ordinance and reintroduce it with 25%. We don't have to go to the planning board, but because it's the governing body that sets the policy. I appreciate what Susan's talking about letting them do the work and giving them the courtesy and all that. The bottom line is we may not have the kind of time. If you want the vision and you want the ability to have the vision, then you really need to rescind this thing tonight so that it can't move into anything else until that determination is made about what housing looks like as something truly mixed. And that was the argument 3 years ago, why it was not unanimous 3 years ago. Because two members of the council wanted it to be truly mixed. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask for a motion on this on this hearing, on this ordinance. I'm gonna ask for a second, and then if it fails, it fails, and it goes to the planning board and for direction, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, and it'll still go to the planning board to have them tweak it. So either way, it's going to the planning board to have them tweak it. I think that's the agreement. Either way, so if it fails, it goes to the planning board and it could be there for months. And if we get anything applying in that zone, we're not getting the vision, and I'm just gonna be like, why did we just waste thousands of dollars on Beth's time doing this ordinance? And if it passes, then it goes to the back to the planning board for them to tweak what they're currently working on and send it back up here as a tweaked ordinance for a totally new cleaned up zone. And that's my recommendation, because like I said, we just wasted, otherwise we wasted a lot of money on Beth's time and Brett's time and Kara's time doing an ordinance for a vision we're never gonna see. We're never gonna see it. So anyway, all right, can I have a motion to approve?
Julia moved.
And you're a second.
Johnson.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve. I'm gonna ask for the roll call. Like I said, it's going back to the planning board regardless, but one way we're rolling the dice about what could end up being there. The other way, we are not rolling the dice. Roll call, please.
Ms. Engelhardt,
No.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Parker,
Yeah, I have the same ones.
Ms. Rosetti,
no.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
The motion is failed. We'll go back to the planning board for however long it takes. And hope nobody puts in a full application.
So it's a little different, can I do, some clarification, you said one meeting in July and one in August for the council?
I think so. I think that's all we advertised for.
Yeah.
Only one way.
They don't like to have meetings.
Sometimes things get so in the
Well,
summer.
we're not
we
gonna get
certainly
into
can
that.
schedule
Let's
new stuff.
get back on the, let's get through this thing, so we can get out of here. But it's so late. We still have a bunch of stuff to approve. So introduction of ordinance 2023-17, amending in part bond ordinance for 2020-18 adopted on December 14, 2020. providing for various roadway improvements for the borough of Flemington in order to increase the appropriation therefore by $173,500, representing a grant received from the state of New Jersey Department of Transportation for a total appropriation of $1,846,050, and to amend the purposes thereof authorized in and by the borough of Flemington in the county of Hunterdon, New Jersey. I do believe this ordinance also includes Shields and Pennsylvania in it. Can I have a motion to introduce for a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay. That public hearing will be scheduled for June 9th.
No,
June.
that would be.
12th. June 12th.
Well, yes, June
June
12th.
12th. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ordinance 2023-18, introduction repealing one-way limits on North Place. Can I have a motion, please?
Tilly will move.
Is there a second?
Johnson, second.
Roll call, please.
Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
And that public hearing is set for June 12th as well. Introduction of ordinance 2023-19, amending chapter 9A-3 construction permit fees to add a new section to be entitled Construction Records Clearance, CRC. There's a motion introduced. Is there a second?
Johnson, second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, that public hearing set for June 12th. Introduction ordinance 2023-20, creating a new subsection 3 and section 7 prohibited conduct of chapter 3 police regulations entitled General Violations to regulate certain minor municipal court violations. Can I have a motion, please?
Tilly will move.
Is there a second?
Johnson, second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes. I didn't think you could.
Yeah, we.
We should, yeah. Can I have, he's been drawing a second. Can I have a second, please?
Parker, second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, on to the resolutions. Resolution 2023-121, awarding bid to Revax Contract Corporation for the Bluefield Avenue Improvement Project.
Tilly will move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please. I'm sorry, any discussion? Roll call?
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Resolution 2023-122, that's Dave for this one. Authorizing the renewal of an agreement with CGP and H as Flemington Borough's administrative agent for COA-related client support systems. Beth is here in case anybody has a question. Can I have a motion,
Tilly.
please?
Engelhardt, a second.
Anybody have any questions regarding this COA contract? Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-123, authorizing acceptance of DCA lead paint inspection grant in the amount of $8,000.
Tilly will move.
Is there a second?
Engelhardt, a second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Resolution 2023-124, appointing Rebecca Newman as Chief Administrative Officer for Borough of Flemington for the June 6, 2023 primary election. Is
Tilly will move.
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 2023-125, approving the schedule of payments for the Flemington Regional School District for the 2023-2024 school year. Can I have a motion? Is
So,
there a second?
Tilly will second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Singhorn,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 2023-126 approving the schedule of payments for Red Hunter Central Regional High School for the 2023-2024 school year. Can I have a motion?
So I got a quick question. I'm employed and so is Kim. I think I've asked this every time. I just want to make sure, do I need to abstain for any reason on this one?
I probably would actually.
Okay.
I was just thinking that you should abstain.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that, Kim, are you contract or you work directly with the district?
Joint transportation, but my paycheck comes from Central.
I mean, the clear locus of the financial arrangement, I think, does govern.
That's fine, and we
I don't know
usually
what
do.
Tara was.
Yeah, I just forget it.
I mean.
Well, who's gonna motion it second then? If you,
Somebody's gonna have to wake up.
You have.
oh, you were making my sure.
Motion, please.
Engelhardt will move.
Is there a second?
Parker.
Oh, second, there you go. Roll call vote.
Okay, Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you want to hear me abstain?
Well, the other two abstained, no. Resolution 2023-127 authorizing the award of contract for engineering services, special projects engineer to Martucci Engineering LLC of Flemington, New Jersey, and then we'll do a second
Tilly will
one
move.
next.
Johnson was second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
Okay, we've worn down almost everybody now. We got one person online, we got one person in the room. Public comment number 2.
I just want to say publicly, thank you to Mike for always being so friendly and kind, receptive and helpful. I wish you well.
Thank you very much. That was very nice.
And I'll pay you for that comment.
Yeah, and even if bills, payment of bills in the amount of $1,519,471.12. Can I have a motion?
Tilly move.
For a
Johnson
second,
was second.
roll call, please.
Ms. Engelhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Johnston,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Rosetti,
Yes.
Ms. Tilly.
Yes.
I just wanted to say to everybody, thank you for a lively night. It was a great discussion. I mean,
We mean we're not going in an executive.
there is
session?
no executive session.
thought you were gonna try.
Definitely gonna try. And I think I got a lot done tonight, especially at DPW, so I'm really grateful because I'm in there. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Tilly will move.
Johnson was second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Who's done? Is everybody standing?
For a while, I thought I was at the Barnum and Bailey service.
So did I, Lois.
I'm just still here.
Yeah, and like I said,
Oh,
no,
Oh, you do.
yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Really great.
I want something.
Well,
Go on.
so.
Rosemary, go ahead.
Mike,
So-
Mike. And, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, is that you?
Sorry, I.
No.